Mr. Chairman, we are ready when you are.
Okay. I'll declare this Tuesday, August 25th, 2020 meeting of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors to order. Today, we're going to be hearing some final testimony on board change ledgers for our budget for fiscal year 2021. But before we do that, we'll go with a roll call so we can have a legal meeting. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that all 5 supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. Additionally, before we begin, any members of the public that wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting, please review the instructions posted on the Clerk of the Board's webpage. With that, I'll now call the roll. Supervisor Jacob?
Here.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Present.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Here.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Here.
Chairman Cox?
Here. We're honored today to have with us Pastor Brian Craig from the New Heights Community Church in Santee to lead us in the invocation. Pastor Craig, if you're available, we'd love to hear your invocation at this time.
I'm available. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for these governors that you have placed in positions of responsibility and honor to guide, to guard, and to be your representatives here in our community. Father, we ask today that you would be pleased with the decisions that are made so that you can bless those decisions and prosper our community, protect our community, and bring our community through these difficult times. Father, we ask that we would see and know your grace and mercy at this time. Father, we don't want to be people who fear, but Father, people who care and do the things that are necessary to care for not only ourselves, but Lord, for our neighbors and our community. Father, today is a day of big decisions that will have lasting impact over the next year. We pray that you would not only give us the funds to carry out the plans, but Lord, that the plans would be just and they would create equality amongst your people. So Lord, today we ask for your wisdom for each and every one of the supervisors, the speakers. We ask for peace. And Lord, most of all, we ask for your blessing and that this meeting would in fact even bring you pleasure, that it would please your values and not ours. We ask this in the name of your Son, our Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Craig, for the invocation today. This time we will do the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you please stand and direct yourself towards the nearest flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next item on the agenda is public communication. It's my understanding that we have 6 non-agenda public communication items, and I'm going to ask the clerk to please go ahead and read those at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first non-agenda comment is from Jennifer Dunaway. It reads, I visited 2 other states now since March 13th when Governor Newsom shut down California, and San Diego County continues to follow his emergency shutdown for 5 months. Those 2 other states are doing far better than us. There is more local control and no government overreach. Their case counts are much lower. One has no mask mandate. Is it all because of care funds that we follow Newsom's orders? I still cannot get an answer from anyone on where the 7 outbreaks in 7 days came from. Science? The second comment is from Bill Knight. It reads, I have a tenant that was behind her in rent even before COVID-19. I'm not a wealthy landlord. There needs to be a provision in the county that allows evictions for tenants who have paid nothing, for tenants that are abusing the property for rent, or for landlords with less than 5 properties. My county supervisor is Mr. Greg Cox, and I've written him twice on the subject. Thank you for your consideration. The third comment is from Christopher Phelps. It reads, when the county qualified to be removed from the governor's watch list last Tuesday, did anything change? If not, why not? And what are you doing as your representatives to ascertain whether any changes are forthcoming and when? The fourth comment is from Denise Shattle. It reads, why in 100+ degree germ-killing heat are we still putting unhealthy, sweaty, germ-inducing masks on? Why after 5 months are certain small businesses, salons, barbershops, gyms still shut down with no specific data to back up the absolute destruction of these businesses? Why do the people who continually spew untrue virus science get a paycheck while small business owners are expected to go without? The virus was long ago politicized with no thought or care of small businesses. The next comment is from Rick Rungatus. It reads, Chairman Cox and Supervisors, thank you for the work you are doing in San Diego County. I would like the county to consider opening street fairs in a similar fashion to swap meets and farmers markets and be categorized appropriately. We have developed an operational plan that would promote safety and allow these events to follow public health guidelines. The removal of concert stages, beer gardens, and a center aisle of vendors would allow a flow of attendees. I have seen this process work successfully and safely in our San Marcos Farmers Market over the past 7 weeks. All vendors and attendees are wearing masks. Each week I see an increase in families attending the market. They are coming to the market because they desire to engage in family activities in a safe and healthy environment. There is no doubt that this model could be used for street fairs and allow families an opportunity to shop in a safe environment, an outdoor area that would be safer than a large indoor box store and in similar fashion to a swap meet. I know these are difficult times filled with difficult decisions. We need to continue to move forward in a safe and healthy manner. An open-air shopping event with a flowing crowd provides a positive option for residents and a revenue opportunity for vendors, event managers, and nonprofit partners. The last comment is from Francisco Salcedo. It reads, I would like to ask that park playgrounds be opened as soon as possible. I suggest that hand sanitation stations be placed at each playground. Many children, like my 8-year-old, don't have access to playground equipment at home, and now most kids in San Diego will be spending more hours in front of a screen because of distance education. Kids need these playgrounds now more than ever to help mitigate and prevent serious issues like depression, anxiety, and obesity. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes non-agenda public communication this afternoon.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Potter. This is our yes, Supervisor Desmond.
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to make a quick little comment. I heard, the people talking about street fairs, and I've had many people talking to me about opening up street fairs and how the swap meets are allowed and farmers markets are. And I know these are public comments, so we can't make any decision on it today, but I'd like to ask our CAO to look into, her and the health officers, into possibly allowing street fairs to operate under the similar guidelines as to the swap meets. If I could just ask our CAO to look into that, that point that was earlier made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor. Before we get into the public testimony, this is really our last public hearing on our budget for fiscal year 2021. And I wanted Andrew Potter, our clerk of the board, to kind of work us through the procedural issues that we'll be dealing with today in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Cox and members of the board, your items for discussion this afternoon are items 1 and 2 on the Board of Supervisors agenda, and item 1 on the agendas of the Air Pollution Control Board, the Flood Control District, the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, the Redevelopment Successor Agency, and the Sanitation District. These items may be heard concurrently and acted on with one motion should you desire to do so. On July 20th, 2020, the Chief Administrative Officer's recommended operational plan for fiscal years 2020 through 2022 was released. Budget hearings began on Monday, August 10th, 2020, with members of the public being given the opportunity to provide oral and written testimony. Budget hearings concluded on August 19th at 5 p.m. This afternoon has been set aside for your board's deliberation and adoption of the operational plan. Today's actions request that the board consider the change letters and ultimately approve the resolutions adopting the budget for the County of San Diego, county service areas, community facilities districts, certain maintenance districts, and permanent road divisions, the Air Pollution Control Board, the Flood Control District, the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, the Redevelopment Successor Agency, and the Sanitation District. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. At this point, we're going to have a staff presentation on the changes that have been made to the budget as it was originally prepared, and to lead us in that presentation is our Chief Administrative Officer, Helen Robbins-Meyer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and members of the board. Today, we take the next step in the process of finalizing the county's budget for the coming fiscal year with the board's budget deliberations and adoption. The recommended operational plan for fiscal years 2021 and 21-22, presented on August 10th, was a $6.4 billion budget with 17,929 staff years. It was created knowing that we are facing unprecedented challenges: the COVID-19 pandemic response, its economic impact, and growing calls for racial equality and social justice. The strategy used to build the budget aimed to balance the uncertainty of the current operating environment and steep financial declines brought on by COVID-19 with the growing cost of the response and need for services in the face of unemployment and of a global recession. With this in mind, the budget focused resources on pandemic response, a continued commitment to our most vulnerable populations, as well as priorities that had been approved previously by the board. During budget deliberations, during budget hearings, hundreds of people took the time to weigh in on the county's spending plan. I want to thank all the members of the public for their written comments as well as their testimony during public hearings. Today, the board will consider adoption of the revised budget. My change letter proposes an additional $83.2 million in spending. These increases come from items approved or referred to budget by this board after the completion of the budget document, clarity from the state budget that was passed in June, technical adjustments requiring some carryover expenditures into FY20 and 21, and further reviews based on comments and questions that we received through August 19 when the budget hearings closed. I will now turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Ebony Shelton, who will walk you through a summary of my proposed change letter. Then I have a couple of wrap-up remarks before turning it back to the chair for questions, public comment, and deliberations. Ebony?
Thank you, Helen. If approved, the CAO's change letter will increase the recommended budget by $83 million to a total of $6.5 billion and add 24 staff years, bringing the total staffing to 17,953 in fiscal year 2021. Any action taken today to approve changes proposed by members of the Board of Supervisors will result in adjustments to these amounts and will be read into the record prior to the adoption of the budget. If approved in total, the board member changes would increase the revised budget by $98 million with no additional staff years. These board member changes are supported by $57.3 million of one-time general fund balance, with one-time program revenues providing the remaining $41 million of funding. We'll review the CAO change letter in more detail, starting with staffing. Changes proposed in the CAO change letter reflect 24 additional staff. In the public defender for increased cases and responsibilities, in probation to connect clients to alcohol and drug treatment services, and to restore positions for court services and transportation. The sheriff adds 1 staff year to support the Cal ID network, which is offset by reductions in contract cities of Vista, in Imperial Beach, and Grossmont-Cuyamaca Community College District. Internal transfers and an addition in the Health and Human Services Agency will address emergent public health issues. And in environmental health for enhanced beach quality monitoring in the South County and to enable the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board to exercise its expanded authority. Next, I'll turn to the spending changes. The $83.2 million of recommended revisions to the CAO spending in the CAO change letter will support the staffing increases that we described on the previous slide, as well as to fund additional efforts that will enable the county to complete prior year projects in the Sheriff's Department and increase support for the high-intensity drug trafficking areas and the Cal ID network. To maintain emergency reserves in the Health and Human Services Agency, launch a South Region Crisis Stabilization Unit at Paradise Valley Hospital, and boost countywide mobile crisis response teams, both as directed by the board. Resources will also support COVID-19 testing, tracing, and treatment activities for K through 12 schools, develop a project proposal to improve Smuggler's Gulch and Monument Road, invest in key capital projects, including the Lakeside Equestrian Facility and the Julian Community Room, as directed by the board, and for an outdoor field at the East Mesa Juvenile Detention Facility. The resources will also provide additional support for the Community Enhancement Program. And finally, the budget leverages additional funds that were received from the state to backfill declining state revenues, sales tax revenues specifically, and to reduce the use of county reserves for some programs. Funding for the CAO's recommended change letter is based primarily on unanticipated one-time program revenues from the state, but also the use of general fund unassigned fund balance. I'll now turn to the impact of these changes as well as potential board member changes on the county's unassigned fund balance. Here we see an update of the unanticipated impacts on the general fund unassigned fund balance and the required general fund minimum reserve. With the recommended budget, the county anticipated ending this year with a balance of just over $611 million. Considering the $9 million change from the CAO only, that amount drops to $602 million and dips the county further below the amount required to be maintained as a minimum reserve, while also increasing the budgetary need to address known structural gaps in fiscal year 21-22 from $135 million in recommended to just over $138 million. With the $57.3 million of changes submitted by members of the board, the balance of the county reserves would fall further to just over $545 million, increasing the amount below the required general fund minimum reserve to $162 million. And while the board member changes are supported with one-time resources in fiscal year 2021, certain proposals may result in budgetary needs in fiscal year 21-22. Important to note is that the CAO change letter and board member changes add to the use of one-time unassigned general reserves to balance the budget. This deepens a structural imbalance in the budget and where ongoing costs are not supported by ongoing revenues over time. The original fiscal year 2021 budget included a 3-year plan to replenish the general fund minimum reserve, but that plan does not reflect these potential changes. During this restoration period, the county will face discretionary revenue constraints and will need to continue operational and service delivery cuts to ensure a structural balance in the future. A revised replenishment plan will be developed and incorporated into the 21-22 budget cycle to reflect any actions taken to date. In closing, the CAO's recommended budget changes before the board today continue the strategy and priorities introduced in the recommended budget, using one-time resources within and outside of the general fund, and reevaluating county services and operations. The county's history of a solid financial footing has enabled it to leverage resources to address the COVID-19 pandemic, respond to calls for social justice and racial equity, and deliver essential county programs and services throughout the region as we look ahead towards an economic recovery. While the future is uncertain, the county's priority on fiscal stability endures in the coming years and into the future. I'll now turn the discussion back over to Helen.
Thank you, Ebony. Let me close with a few summary remarks. Last year's budget process and now this year's process shows that the County of San Diego is changing. Over the past few budget cycles, we have loosened purse strings, funded new programs, and added over 600 new positions. The economy was strong, and a pent-up demand for significant program increases to address the needs of our most vulnerable residents was recognized. This year, COVID-19 and social justice has highlighted the need for more. Yet the economic impact of the pandemic has significantly lowered the very revenue that we need now more than ever. So in May, this board took the bold steps to waive several of our fiscal policies to dip into the reserves to help everyone get through this pandemic and come back out on the other side with policies and programs that allow us to bounce back stronger and better. Depending upon the outcome of today's deliberations, that amount could be as much as $300 million. $162 million this year and $138.5 million in FY 21-22. And much of that is attributed to ongoing expense. That is 42% of our unassigned fund balance. There isn't a person in this chamber, on Zoom, or in this community that doesn't support a decision to use rainy day funds for exactly this purpose. But this practice cannot become our norm. One-time money is for one-time expenses, and to regularly adopt a spending plan balanced in this manner would quickly lead us into a downward fiscal spiral. We must have the discipline to address the structural imbalance we are creating. This will be a big focus of my team over the next several months. And as we do this, we also recognize that new board members are being sworn in January, about 132 days from now. They bring their own ideas, new policies, and new programs. So we have to be nimble and responsive to them as well, while collectively ensuring the practice of spending without an ongoing revenue source does not go unchecked. Let me also mention 3 major risks that we are monitoring. First, fire season is here. And when we see the devastation up north, we are reminded that we need to be prepared for disasters. That's hard enough, but COVID adds a new safety dimension for our first responders, evacuation, and shelter planners. We are on high alert. Second, the CARES Act funding. It runs out at the end of December. If the federal government does not pass another stimulus package, we have no source of revenue to continue our response efforts. We burn approximately $20 million a month in our response. So depending upon the duration of this pandemic, this could have significant implications for remaining reserves. And third, I previously mentioned the economic downturn. No crystal ball is available, and even the economic experts have widely different projections. But also concerning is the state's fiscal outlook. The state has dipped deeply into their rainy day fund to combat COVID-19 and to assist cities and counties in our response. Their commitment to provide one-time realignment revenue backfill and State CARES Act money has helped us tremendously, and we are very grateful. However, we must also recognize that these actions have reduced severely their own fiscal position, which could jeopardize state program growth going forward. But even with all this, all that has happened this year, and with these risks, we believe this spending plan is sound and reasonable for this time. We will adjust as necessary, and collectively, we will combat COVID-19, navigate the economic downturn, and begin to address the social justice and racial equity issues facing our region. Subject to your questions, Chairman Cox, that ends our report.
Okay, sorry, I was having a few technical problems there. Thank you, Helen, for the presentation. Let me ask if any of my colleagues have any questions before we get into the public testimony. Seeing none, it's my understanding we have 64 individual speakers. There are no group presentations, and so it would be my intent to allocate each speaker 2 minutes. Again, we are dealing with changes from what was presented in the original CAO's budget. So the comments should really be directed towards the changes that are being presented. I do know that Mayor Faulkner is on the line. We're going to allow him to be the first speaker today.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes.
I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in, and I will obviously keep my comments to the change letters as well. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I'm here to ask for approval for the budget change letter that was submitted by Supervisor Fletcher, committing $5.4 million to support our region's efforts to help convert hotels into permanent housing and the incredibly important services that go with it. As I think, as all of us know, as regional elected officials, COVID-19 and this pandemic has had a tremendous impact on all aspects of our county. But I'm incredibly encouraged at the way that we have been able to rally together as a region, all of the cities and the county. And I think that nowhere is that more evident in the work that we have jointly done in our homeless system. When obviously we heard the potential risks that this virus had to help, that we needed to protect our vulnerable populations, with specific efforts on our homeless neighbors. The city, the county, the regional task force, we came together, as everybody knows, and established Operation Shelter to Home at the San Diego Convention Center. It's currently serving 1,200 individuals every day, offering a clean, safe, and healthy environment. The county has been a tremendous partner in this since day one. Really showing the region how we can do it and the rest of the state. And particularly the county's efforts in providing that on-site medical and behavioral health care to those residents to the extent that it has never been done before. I've seen it firsthand. We have housing navigation teams from the Housing Commission, the Regional Task Force that are really helping to streamline folks and to get people housed with more than 400 that have been housed so far, and another 550 in progress. Now, of course, we want to take the service model and replicate it outside of the shelter into new permanent homes. The city, the Housing Commission, and other entities across the region have been looking to purchase hotels, started back in March. And it was, of course, ahead of the state announcement that over $500 million will be made available for this purpose. We're currently vetting properties. We've applied for state grant funding, of course, and we're going to be bringing projects forward for consideration later this fall. I will say we are committed as a city to providing that housing. But a critical piece, of course, that is before you today, and rightfully so, is the funding for the services to support the individuals that are going to be moving into these units. And again, the incredibly important services that the county has been providing, continues to provide, and what we need to have provide to really make this program a success. It's the housing and that services, of course, that is the combination that helps end the cycle of being off and on the streets. And that's what this is all about. I just wanted to say thank you to each of the supervisors, because the topic and the concept that I'm talking about today is very familiar to each and every one of you. When I look back at the progress that we have made as a region, as a county, particularly in the last couple of years, it's because of the excellent partnership of each of you. And the fact that this board did a first of its kind conference on mental health, called by then Chair Kristen Gaspar. You made a unanimous commitment back in 2018 to renew the county's focus on behavioral health in our region. It's making a difference. Since then, of course, Supervisor Desmond has fought hard to add inpatient beds and services in the North County in partnership with Tri-City and Palomar. This year, of course, Chairman Cox, you brought forward a number of initiatives to address homelessness among our youth. Supervisor Jacob has reminded us all that homelessness needs regional solutions and has led the way, of course, she has in providing shelter and services to East County communities like Spring Valley and Lakeside. And Supervisor Fletcher continues to work with us here in the city of San Diego to advance several initiatives, including the Behavioral Health Hub in Hillcrest, a mobile crisis response team, and of course, the item before you today. This is really an opportunity for the county and the region to keep building on the momentum and the success that we have had over the last couple years. We do not, cannot, will not take that for granted. And I'm really convinced that we have the opportunity that will create a regional model to support San Diegans, and not just here in the city of San Diego, but all throughout the county of San Diego, who have experienced homelessness. So I urge your vote yes today. I will tell you that voting yes will positively impact the lives of hundreds who desperately need our help. Voting yes ensures that they will remain housed, because the services are so critical to make that a success. And I think that lastly, I would say voting yes will help our region end this crisis with fewer people on the streets, not more people on the street. So again, I want to thank you all for all of your help. The work and the partnership that we've done at Operation Shelter to Home, I think is not just a model here in Southern California, but I can tell you other folks are looking at it up and down the state of California. We're now at the home phase of the Operation Shelter to Home. So I thank you for the opportunity to say these words again, to build on our success. And I urge your yes vote for all of the right reasons. Chairman Cox, thank you again, and thank you to each and every member of the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor Faulkner, for your comments. And we do appreciate the partnership we've had with the city of San Diego over the years on behavioral health issues and so many other issues also. Thank you for your participation. Now I'm going to ask Sandra to go ahead and start calling up the individual speakers. Again, I think we have about 64 speakers, so we'll give them each 2 minutes each to go ahead and make their comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll note for the record that we received 71 e-comments on this item. Any members of the public that have previously requested to speak, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board as the chairman indicated. You'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. When you're finished speaking, please hang up from the conference line. You may continue to watch or listen to the board meeting online or through the call-in listen line. This information is posted on the Clerk of the Board's webpage at www.sandiegocob.com. Now, I'd remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Erin, please identify the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 7000. 7000. You may proceed.
Hi, this is John Brady. Good afternoon, Chairperson Cox and honorable supervisors. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Voices of Our City Choir. I also serve as a board member on the RTFH and am on the City of San Diego Homelessness Plan Leadership Team with Supervisor Fletcher and Mayor Faulkner. First, on behalf of the Voices of Our City Choir advocates, I want to say thank you for the impressive investments you've made in services that impact our most vulnerable. We have come a long way in the past year, and the investment in the convention center operations for our unsheltered countywide is a shining example of that. Operation Shelter to Home is an example of how best to serve our unsheltered population nationwide, as demonstrated by our COVID infection and the significant success we've had housing people and reorganizing our systems and processes during this time. I encourage you to make the additional investment that we need for supportive services, for permanent supportive housing that we hopefully will qualify for, and I believe that we will moving forward, and we will need to provide these supportive services in order to successfully serve and transition people from homelessness back to members of society who can contribute and live their lives in a positive way. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you will move forward on this item.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8272. 8272. And we will come back to you if you do not respond when we call on you at first. So please stay on the line. Our next caller is 8990.
Evening. This is Donna Cavazos from District 4. I'm calling to urge the Board of Supervisors to deny the Sheriff and DA's $30 million in budget increase. They should get no money, period. That budget is racist, and you are funding an institution of oppression. This budget does not protect our vulnerable communities, including the homelessness, far a part of our community, and people affected by coronavirus. We should look upon the budget demands of Invest in San Diego Families Coalition, invest in opportunities, not punishment and crime deterrence, invest in communities during this pandemic and moving forward, not the police. I would like to take this time to recognize Sergio Weck and Jonathan Coronel, who were murdered by the same sheriff, Christopher Villanueva, both shot more than 15 times within months of each other. It has been clear that you all have heard us. Do your part and vote for us. Actions are more efficient than spoken promises. Jim Desmond, you said, quote, healthy people will build antibodies against the coronavirus, end quote. You are ableist, and you speak on coronavirus and the death of 600 Californians as if it's a debate in your podcast. Those words fundamentally undercut the ability to productively respond. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5139.
Hello. Thank you for the floor. My name is Marilia Maskian. I'm calling on behalf of my community to say that we reject the proposed budget. We need a budget that invests in our communities, and that includes rental assistance. It's unacceptable that we're living through multiple crises right now that are threatening to add to the unhoused population. Let's be real, we're an extremely wealthy county, and it's unacceptable that we have unhoused people in the first place. Supervisor Jacob, I live in your district, and I reject the statement that what our district needs is funding for an equestrian park. We are no longer in 2012. We're living through multiple emergencies, and it's easy to see where your allegiance lies with the wealthy few who can afford to own horses in the first place. What a legacy to leave behind. Perhaps you'll have a change of heart and decide that it's time to stand up for the majority of folks and not the wealthy few. I hope you reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9628. Again, 9628. We will come back to you and move on to 6789. 6789. How about 7349?
Hello?
Hi there.
Hello? Hi, this is 6789. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Patricia Mendoza. Hello, good afternoon. And like I said, my name is Patricia Mendoza. I'm a member of ACE and the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. First, I want to say thank you, Nathan Fletcher. Thank you so much. I saw you this morning, and we had a talk, and for proposing the $24 million for proposing the $24 million for rental assistance. We all know this pandemic has taken all of us by surprise, and we all know that $24 million is not enough. We would like to encourage, or I would like to encourage the rest of the Board of Supervisors, not only to support Nathan Fletcher, but to add more funding into the rental assistance program, because a lot of people are going to be evicted, and many of them, meaning myself and my two children. This is really hard on a lot of Californians right now. This is not even just California. This is global. This is bad everywhere. But right now, we need to take care of our own, and our own is each other. You know, when Governor Newsom comes on the commercials and says, we're in this together, I want to count. Me and my two children want to count as that we're in it together. Because as of right now, I don't feel it. We're about to get evicted. And I encourage you. Many people are in my shoes. Many. One more thing. The horse park, shame on you, Mrs. Diane Jacobs. Shame on you. I don't know where you get horses before humans, but it's the other way around, sweetheart. It's humans before horses. Okay, right now there's a pandemic, and a lot of people in your district are going to be homeless, unsheltered, and getting this pandemic, and that is not right. There should be justice for this. And one more thing, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
You need translation. You need translation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9719. 9719. We will come back to people if they do not respond when we call them the first time. Our next speaker is 3456. 3456. We will move on to 9095. 9095. And again, if you are watching on the live stream, that is delayed by 45 seconds. So please make sure you are listening to the live Zoom meeting if you are planning to call in to testify. Our next caller is 4269. 4269. Hello.
¿Español?
Sí, un momento.
Bueno, adelante.
Sí, mi nombre es Jorge Romero, Irán Romero. Soy miembro de ACE.
My name is Jorge Romero, and I'm a member of ACE.
Y tengo muy despacio mi voz porque tuve un stroke 2 meses. Voy a intentar decir despacio.
Okay. I'm speaking slowly because I had a stroke 2 months ago, so I beg your patience.
Invertí en la familia de San Diego. Yo vivo en la ciudad de San Diego. Invertí a la colisión.
Es miembro de la coalición, ¿verdad, señor?
Es miembro de ACE
Ajá.
y Coalition.
Sí. So
Sí.
he's also a member of Invest in San Diego Families Coalition, and he lives in the city of San Diego.
Gracias por la propuesta para invertir 24 millones para ayudar a pagar la renta.
Thank you for the proposal to invest $24 million to help with rental assistance.
Desafortunadamente, no es suficiente.
Unfortunately, that is not enough.
Necesitamos invertir lo más que se pueda posible para ayudar a más gente como yo.
We need to invest the greatest amount possible in order to help the greatest amount of people like himself.
Nuestra familia debería ser priorizada.
Our family should be prioritized.
También muchas gracias a los traductores. Por favor, invertirán en la traducción para que más gente pueda participar. También en otros idiomas.
Also, thank you for the translation. Please invest in more translations so that more people can participate, as well as in other languages.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5715.
Hello?
Hello.
Somali translation, please.
Yes. Oh. Somali.
Ma'am, we do not have a translator available for you. I apologize.
Okay. Can I still give me a statement?
You may still speak, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Magacayga waxaa la yidhaahdaa Warsan Arsan. Waxaan la shaqeeyaa organizationka la dhaho Youth Will. Waxaan rabaa inaan taageero dalbashaadka ee ururka la yidhaahdo maalgashaadka qoyska ee degmada San Diego, ISDF. Dalbashaadkan waxaa ka mid ah inaanu u doodno oo aanu caawino ilmaha iyo dhalinyarada ku nool degmada San Diego oo aan u sameyno xafiis ka mid ah maamulka gobolka ee u gaar ah ilmaheena iyo dhalinyaradeenna. Dalbashaadkan waxaa kaloo ka mid ah inaanu taageerno oo aan caawino dhalinyarada ee da'deedu u dhaxaysa 8 iyo 10 iyo 25 ee ku jira xabsiyada ama meelaha kaloo ka mid ah cadaaladda dembiyada. Waxaa kaloo ka mid ah inaan caawino dadka ku nool degmadeenna ama bulshadeenna oo waktigan la joogo aanan bixi karin kiradooda ama dadka oo guri la-aanta waktigan ah. Waxaan rabaa inaan idinku dhiirigeliyo inaad caawisaan ama aad taageertaan dalbashaadkan ee ururka ISDF. I know that you didn't understand a word that I just said. And you wouldn't understand it if I didn't speak English. This is what it feels like to not speak English in our community. And the fact of the matter is there are community members in San Diego County who do not speak English. And because they don't speak English, resources and information from the county are inaccessible to them. This is outrageous and unacceptable. Our communities deserve to have equal access to information and resources. Children should not be translating for their parents like I did when I was in middle school and in high school. That should not be the responsibility of a child. Our county should provide resources and information in main languages spoken in our region. That is your responsibility as the county government. Please support the proposals and the demands put forward by ISCF, including those in support of our youth in the criminal justice system and otherwise. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9792. 9792.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, hello.
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 Okay. My name is Javier. I'm a member of ACE, the Coalition Families of San Diego, and I'm from National City. I just gonna say thank you for the for invest 24 million and for help for rent, and unfortunately, it's not enough. We need more invest possible for help more families, and our families it had to be prioritized. And thank you for the translation for the other people. And I just wanna let you know, please invest more for translate more languages, because we are a lot of people speak more languages. And I just gonna say, please, thank you, Nathan Fletcher, for approve this. And then it's not enough. Please thinking about it and touch your heart. And thank you so much and appreciate it. Please, if you can invest 100 million, that'll be better. We can help you out more people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8272. 8272. Let's try 6928. 6928. And again, we will come back to these callers if they do not respond when we call them the first time. Our next one is 6789. 6789.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I had to call again. My name is Patricia Mendoza, and I do believe the reason why people don't understand and people are not answering because half of these people speak Spanish or any other language, and when maybe you have a translator there, if you say next number, like 6789, maybe she can say el otro número es 6789, because a lot of people are not understanding. I mean, I'm just suggesting. And I know it's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9095.
El siguiente número es 9095.
9095.
9095.
2749.
2749.
2749.
2749.
And again, we see that person has their hand raised.
Esta persona levantó la mano, pero para poder hablar tiene que quitar poner el altavoz.
Two, 2749.
2749.
7610.
7610.
3494.
3494.
Hey, this is Aaron Burgess, a member of Mid-City CAN.
Hello, we can hear you.
Awesome, thank you. 1 second. I'm calling today in regards to the budget and standing up for the youth. We were asking the county to prioritize the youth by allocating $3 million to the Restorative Community Conference Program. We see that this is likely to not happen, so we are calling for the budget to be opposed. We're extremely disappointed that none of the Board of Supervisors included RCC in their change letters. This is different than the District Attorney's Restorative Justice Program, and we insist that the board allocate $3 million to this program. At the last budget hearing, over 123 e-comments and 15 phone testimonies demanded that the Restorative Community Conference Program get funding. With the current budget, we feel like this is not being heard. The program is at risk of losing funding come March, and it takes about 5 months to get everything set up when we do have funding. So we want to know why do police budgets constantly and consistently increase while the budget for public services and resources get pushed aside? We demand that you divest from militant policing and invest in the health and well-being of our communities. RCC has proven to lead to lower levels of recidivism and prison entry for youth, while allowing youth to remain in their communities with their families, where they can learn, grow, thrive, and become contributing members of their community. The sheriff's budget is nearly $1 billion. Our $3 million ask is only a fraction of a percent. $3 million is a small price to pay for a proven program that will keep young people out of jail long term, and there will actually be a return on investment to the county. It's long overdue for us to reevaluate our end goal and reimagine public safety. We need to divest money from harsh policing, move away from incarceration, and invest those funds into redemptive alternatives like the Restorative Community Conference Program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the next caller, for those individuals that were having some problems trying to reach, if you can hang up and redial the phone number that has been provided to you, and that's 888-475-4499. Dial in using the meeting ID that has been provided to you.
Antes de continuar con otras llamadas, para aquellos que estaban teniendo dificultad comunicándose, si pueden colgar y volver a marcar el número que se les dio, 888-475-4499, con la identificación de la Junta que se les dio también. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3735.
3735 es la siguiente llamada.
3735.
3735.
Hi, my name is Belen Hernandez with Mid-City CAN and Invest in San Diego Families. First, I'm here to ask you to please approve the recommendations in the change letters submitted by Supervisors Fletcher and Cox. It is the minimum that you can do to partially prevent a massive wave of evictions. And second, it is very disappointing that you refuse to include $3 million for the Restorative Community Conferencing Program, a highly successful program that keeps youth out of jail. With $3 million, you could keep 550 youth out of prison in the first year of the program operating countywide. So we urge you to support the community demands that prioritize the lives of youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8272.
Siguiente llamada es 8272.
8272.
8272.
Our next caller is 9628.
La siguiente llamada es 9628.
9628.
9628.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Paloma, and I am with Mid-City Can and a resident of Barrio Logan. I am calling to ask you to invest $3 million to fund the restorative community conferencing program that will provide all youth in San Diego County a restorative justice approach and keep youth out of the prison system. I currently reject and oppose your current budget. The money that is being allocated for the police department is telling our communities that you want kids in prison, that you want us in prison. I am extremely disappointed that none of the Board of Supervisors included the restorative community conferencing in their change letter, and we insist that the board allocate $3 million for RCC. We have made so many testimonies regarding this, and we haven't been heard yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7610.
La siguiente llamada es 7610.
7610.
7610.
Sí, mi nombre es Paola Martínez Montes de la Coalición para Invertir en las Familias de San Diego.
Hi, my name is Paola. Perdóname, Paola. Paola, ¿me puedes repetir tu apellido, por favor? Martínez Montes, ¿va?
Paola Martínez Montes, sí.
Okay, perdón. My name is Paola Martínez Montes, and I'm with the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition.
Nuestra coalición está unida para garantizar que el condado de San Diego sea un lugar donde todas las familias, independiente de su código postal, raza, lugar de origen o nivel de ingreso, puedan prosperar.
Our coalition is united in order to guarantee that every family in San Diego, despite their zip code, their race, or their social economic status, is able to prosper.
Trabajamos para que el condado de San Diego sea transparente, accesible y responsable ante el pueblo.
We are working so that the county is transparent, accessible, and responsible to the people.
Para crear esta realidad, nuestra coalición de 16 organizaciones comunitarias, laborales y religiosas.
In order to create that reality, our coalition is formed of 16 organizations, religious and nonprofit,
que trabajan juntas para retar al condado a invertir en los programas y soluciones que necesitamos.
that work together. We work together to challenge the county to invest in the programs that we need.
Hoy estamos aquí en apoyo de las enmiendas presentadas por el supervisor Fletcher.
Today we are here to support the amendments presented by Supervisor Fletcher,
así como la carta de cambio con el supervisor Cox,
as well as the change letter presented by Supervisor Cox,
que propone 24 millones en asistencia de vivienda,
that proposes $24 million in rental assistance
y asesoría para inquilinos.
and rental counseling.
Nos unimos al supervisor Fletcher, quien a través de acción está demostrando que está escuchando a la comunidad.
We are united with Supervisor Fletcher, who through his actions is showing that he supports the community.
También continuaremos nuestra lucha para que los miembros indocumentados de nuestra comunidad tengan acceso a los recursos que necesiten.
We will also continue our fight so that our members, our undocumented members, can also have access to the resources that they need.
Les pido a todos ustedes que reflexionen sobre lo que nuestras comunidades les están pidiendo.
I ask that you all reflect upon what the community is asking for.
Nuestra gente no tiene acceso a necesidades básicas.
Our people don't have access to basic necessities.
No están pidiendo parques o distracciones.
We're not asking, our people are not asking for parks or other distractions.
En este momento están pidiendo su apoyo para asegurarse de poder sobrevivir.
Right now, they're asking for your support to make sure that they can survive.
Las personas que han perdido ingresos están pidiendo ayuda para pagar el alquiler para poder mantener un techo sobre la cabeza de sus familias.
People that are asking for support now because they've lost their jobs are asking for rental assistance so that they can keep a roof over their family's head.
La gente está pidiendo acceso a información crítica en sus idiomas nativos de parte del condado.
People are asking for critical information be provided in their native languages on behalf of the county.
Thank you.
Quieren poder saber de una fuente confiable lo que está sucediendo y cómo pueden proteger a sus familias.
They want to know from a reliable source what is happening and how they can protect their families. Señora, se le acabó el tiempo.
¿Aún con traducción?
Sí, aún con traducción.
No me dan 4 minutos para poder terminar mi testimonio.
She's asking if that included additional time for translation.
Yes.
Sí, se les dio un total de 4 minutos.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0111.
La siguiente llamada es 0111.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es José López. Soy miembro del grupo ACE y la coalición Invierte en las Familias de San Diego.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Lopez. I'm a member of ACE and the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition.
Quiero decirle gracias al representante Fletcher por hacer todo lo posible para tratar de ayudar a nuestras familias.
I want to thank Supervisor Fletcher for trying to do everything possible to help our families.
El dinero para la asistencia de renta es algo que para muchos de nosotros puede ser no nomás un problema de indigencia, pero también algo que puede causar hasta la muerte.
Getting rental assistance is something that can help us not just avoid homelessness, but something that sometimes could be the difference between life and death.
Aunque 24 millones es lo que están proponiendo, no es suficiente. Ocupamos que invertir más para poder apoyar a todas las personas que necesitan la ayuda.
The $24 million that is proposed is not enough. We need more invested in this area so that we can help all the families that are in need.
También es muy importante que las juntas sean traducidas. Gracias a la señora que marcó ahorita, la traducción ha mejorado bastante.
It's also very important that meetings be translated. Thanks to the women that called in right now, the translations have improved greatly.
Y ahora por la primera vez, la máquina me pidió poner el asterisco y el 6, algo que me pidieron en inglés. Y si no fuera porque me dijeron eso, a lo mejor ni pudiera haber entrado a esta llamada.
And this time, for the first time, the machine asked me to do the *6, which before it had not. So maybe that's why I wasn't able to get in, and I wouldn't have understood without the translation.
Sí, pues muchas gracias. Espero que podamos contar con ustedes para que sigan apoyando a nuestra comunidad.
Thank you. We hope that we can continue to count on your support for our community.
Y necesitamos otra vez que los servicios de interpretación sean en varios idiomas, no nomás en español.
And we need translation services in a number of languages, not just Spanish.
Esto es muy importante.
That's very important.
Y a la representante Jacob, espero que pueda reconsiderar. Ayer en las noticias miramos que ella quiere invertir 18 millones para un parque para caballos. Eso es una ridiculez.
And to Supervisor Jacob, we're hoping that you can reconsider. We read yesterday in the paper that you're looking to invest $18 million in an equestrian park, which is ridiculous.
Los caballos no tienen el COVID. Los caballos no van a ser desalojados. Ellos no están en riesgo de ser indigentes. Nuestras familias son más importantes.
Horses are not suffering from COVID. They're not homeless. They're not at risk of becoming homeless. Our families are.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4269.
La próxima llamada es 4269.
4269.
4269.
We will move on. Oh. We will move on to 2749. And again, we will come back to all the numbers that we call where we don't have a response. So our next speaker is 2749.
La siguiente es 2749. Sin embargo, vamos a regresar con aquellos que nombramos que aún no han tenido oportunidad de participar. De nuevo, la siguiente llamada es 2749.
Hola, mi nombre es Víctor Valle. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, hola. Mi nombre es Víctor Valle. Soy miembro del grupo ACE o ACE y soy miembro de invertir en las familias de San Diego. Y también quiero agradecer a Nathan Fletcher por los 24 millones, pero creo que no es suficiente dinero para las familias de San Diego County.
My name is Victor White. I'm a member of ACE and Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I would like to thank Supervisor Fletcher for the $24 million. However, it is not enough for San Diego families.
Y quiero decirle a la señora Diana, no sé cómo es, Diana, no me recuerdo su apellido. Es un miembro de ahí de ustedes.
La supervisora, Diana Jacobs.
Sí, Diana Jacobs, sí. Creo que invertir en caballos ahorita, 18 millones es mucho dinero para... Y tú eres dueño de un caballo, por favor, manténlo.
Also, he would like to tell Supervisor Jacob that $18 million investment in Equestrian Park is a lot of money right now. So if you own a horse, you should take care of it.
Ahorita durante la pandemia, la gente necesita más las comunidades y el condado de San Diego necesitan dinero para sobrevivir, comida y renta.
Right now, during the pandemic, community and people in San Diego County need more money for food and rent.
Y creo que 24 millones es más suficiente para todo el condado de San Diego. Y durante la pandemia es muy importante para las comunidades, para las familias que tengan suficiente para sobrevivir.
And again, I think that $24 million is not enough. During the pandemic, communities need enough to survive.
Y en estos momentos muchas personas pierden trabajo y negocios cierran y pues no se puede pagar todos los biles como uno quiere.
During these times, we see businesses closing, people losing their jobs, and we can't pay the bills like we need to.
Ahora el gobierno manda un cheque de $1,200 para pagar renta, agua, luz, todos los biles que tengas.
And the government sent the check for $1,200 for us to pay our bills like water and electricity.
Y si uno quiere dividir 5 meses de pandemia que tenemos, 5 dividido por $1,200, pues no lo va a hacer.
And if
No va a
someone
pasar.
if someone is trying to survive the 5 months into the pandemic with $1,200 and you divide that in 5, well, then that's clearly not enough to pay the bills.
So, sugiero a Diane Feinstein que esos 18 millones lo invierte en la comunidad porque le van a regresar dinero para atrás, para el condado de San Diego y nuestras comunidades. Gracias.
So I suggest that those $18 million proposed by Supervisor Jacob be reinvested in the community. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6872.
La siguiente llamada es 6872.
6872.
6872.
We will move on to, oh, here we go.
Hi, Tagalog translation.
We do not have a translator for that language.
I will translate for myself then. Ang pangalan ko ay Grace Martinez. Ako ang direktora ng ACES San Diego, ang Alliance of Californians para sa Empowerment ng Komunidad. Tumatawag ko na yon bilang suporta sa budget ng iminungkahe ang mga supervisors si Nathan Fletcher at Greg Cox. Libong-libong mga pamilya sa region na San Diego nang hindi nakakapagbayad ng upa. Ang 24 million na tulungan sa mga nag-upa ay magpapahinga para sa marami. Pero alam namin na ito ay hindi sapat. Yung boto na yon kay magpapadala isang mensahe sa komunidad. Kailangan ko rin banggitin ang isang pang-isyu. Kapag hindi ka namuhunan sa pag-access sa wika, nagpapadala kang isang pangmensahe. Hindi mahalaga ang ilang mga tao. My name is Grace Martinez. I'm the director of San Diego ACE. I'm calling in support of the ISDF demands and the budget that Nathan Fletcher and Greg Cox are supporting for rental assistance. But I do want to raise up an issue. For many of you who do not speak Tagalog or even any language other than English, language access is important. For whatever we can pass today and whatever relief that we provide, it can mean nothing for many people who do not understand. And these are many people who pay taxes and make this community work. So I urge you to invest in language access. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8272.
El siguiente número es
8272.
8272.
8272.
8272.
We will go to 7349.
Intentaremos 7349.
7349.
7349.
We'll move on to 3456.
3456.
3456.
George Weir.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and Honorable Board of Supervisors. Born and raised in Escondido 66 years ago, I've been a resident of Ridge Ranch Road, Valley Center for over 20 years. As a general engineering contractor for over 40 years, we have built many of the roads and streets in Escondido, Valley Center, including Valley Center Road. There have been multiple accidents and fatalities on this section of road as the posted speed limit has gone from 45 miles an hour to over 60. The sight lines are inadequate for this speed. 6 years ago, we had a horrific crash with a 45-foot, 3-axle, yellow school bus and a Chevy Tahoe, which resulted in children going to the hospital. Thank you for your consideration providing for this traffic signal at Ridge Ranch Road and Valley Center Road as a safety measure for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3640.
Siguiente llamada es 3640.
3640.
3640.
Hi, my name is David Garcias. I am president of SEIU Local 221, representing more than 10,000 county employees. Our members serve the public every day, even during a pandemic. SEIU stands with the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition in supporting the change letter submitted by Supervisors Fletcher and Cox. Additionally, we also support the modest increases reflected by the CAO's change letter to add important positions to serve the community during the time of COVID. While we are optimistic that the board will adopt these proposed changes, the final budget should also include more changes that San Diego needs. Our workforce needs pay equity and economic security, and the budget should include a comprehensive compensation study for our workforce. The county must invest in public health, including proper staffing levels for healthcare staff and proper PPEs. Finally, the county should maintain public services for communities, and the board should stop contracting out public services and end the Sheriff's Department's efforts to outsource frontline healthcare workers. I also want to highlight how disappointed we are that although Sheriff Gore's staff committed to submit an extra 30 nurses positions needed in the jails on record in bargaining session, but this was not reflected in public safety's recommended budget. These nurses are needed now for the patients in the jails. When the CAO says we need to help everyone, we must add nurses to help those patients in the jails. We need more nurses, not more jails. Thank you again to Supervisor Fletcher and Cox for your change letter recommendation. We urge the board to adopt a budget that truly invests in San Diego families.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8272.
La siguiente llamada es 8272.
8272.
8272.
We will move on to 7349.
7349.
7349.
7349.
Hi, my name is Dakota Marietta, and I'm calling to demand that the board commit to defunding incarceration and policing. Prioritizing the police does not help communities. You're filling jails and prisons, then hoarding the budget to accommodate them, rather than simply uplifting and providing for at-risk youth and communities, and maybe be able to take incarceration out of the picture. This is costing the lives of Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income people. Invest in projects that will help at-risk communities, create rental assistance programs, fund for language translations, which you clearly need because you were not able to provide a Somali or Tagalog translator, and provide free phone calls for those currently incarcerated in county systems. It's very clear where this money belongs, and spending it on anything else is a disgusting disregard for the needs and rights of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9792.
La siguiente llamada es 9792.
9792.
9792.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sophia Haidari. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm with the local nonprofit organization YouthWell, who is also a part of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I'm calling to ensure that the county invests in the programs and solutions that our youth need. The solutions proposed to all of you from our youth leaders includes funding for the county to amplify their outreach efforts by allocating funding for a team of youth resource ambassadors to connect with youth from low-income communities, the creation of a transitional age youth unit for youth between ages 18 and 25 to assist with their transition out of the justice system, and the creation of an Office of Child and Youth Success to prioritize the well-being and success of our county's youth. I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to allocate the appropriate funding or to support these programs and ensure our safety and well-being. Investing in our youth is investing in the success of our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3064.
Siguiente llamada es 3064.
3064.
3064.
We will move on to 325. Oh, wait a minute. Last call for 3064.
Última llamada para 3064.
And again, we will come back to anyone who does not respond when we call their number the first time.
Y de nuevo vamos a regresar con todos los números que no pudieron contestar la primera vez.
Our next caller is 3255.
La siguiente llamada es 3255.
3255.
3255.
Our next caller is 5362.
La siguiente llamada es 5362.
5362.
5362.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. That's very confusing. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Judith Howell, and I live in District 4, and I'm calling in today to support the demands of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. You have heard comments from hundreds of people in the community. Our community was hurting before the pandemic, and since the pandemic has struck, our community has felt its impact physically, psychologically, and economically. I am calling on this board today to provide rent relief, legal counseling, and to ensure our undocumented families are not left out of this budget. Many of our undocumented residents are considered essential workers. They make San Diego a better place. They nurture, they build, they work in this heat. Many of them are in the fires right now. They raise families, and they contribute to our ever-growing San Diego. And we should not care because they contribute to our economy. We should care because they are our family. They are our neighbors. And the way we treat undocumented people is a reflection of our values. I live in Hillcrest, and I see new faces sleeping outside of my building. They don't look like they've been on the street for some time. Many of them are young and have all their belongings with them. We cannot make short or temporary fixes to this budget. We have a growing homeless population, a psychiatric emergency in the making, and an ever-growing housing crisis. This budget needs to put forward measures that will stabilize and prevent more people from ending up on the street. Right now, part of this recommended budget from the county office has put $18 million towards an equestrian center in Lakeside. I cannot explain how disappointing, damaging, and life-threatening it is to put money towards horses and not towards vulnerable members of our community. The decisions you make today will impact the health, well-being, and financial stability of this beautiful community. Do your part, oppose the current budget, and implement the recommendations of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3610.
Gracias. Siguiente llamada 3610.
3610.
3610.
We will move on to 8585.
Continuamos con 8585.
8585.
8585.
Hi. Hello.
Hello there.
Hey, this is Kyle Knable. I'm calling from San Diego's 4th District. I'm calling in strong support of the change letter from Supervisors Fletcher and Cox in coordination with the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. The change letter includes $24 million for rental assistance, $10 million to expand internet access for low-income K-12 students, and $5 million for translation services in the county, which are clearly needed. The current budget does not do nearly enough to support those struggling as a result of the pandemic, and we don't need $18 million for an equestrian park while people are struggling to pay rent and survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7323.
Siguiente llamada 7323.
7323.
7323.
Our Our next caller is 0738.
Siguiente llamada 0738.
0738.
0738.
Good afternoon. My name is Lavon Norwood. I am the chair of the Valley Center Parks and Rec Subcommittee of the Valley Center Community Plan Group. I'm speaking as a resident this afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for wanting to invest in the local parks districts. I am in favor of the County of San Diego taking over our park district. Allow me to share why. The Valley Center Parks District only gets 0.1% of the property taxes to maintain 77.5 acres of parkland. No wonder our parks are not up to today's standards, and our parkland also struggles. All other parks in the county take advantage of county resources. Valley Center needs to be able to do the same. Our community is growing faster than ever has before. We need to bring our parks up to current standards for the safety and enjoyment of the residents. After all, isn't that what parks should do for the community? Be a safe, welcoming, gathering place for all. The Valley Center community is genuinely concerned with being able to keep our local voices as well. If we are able to do that, then this should be a win-win for all. Thank you all and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8138.
Gracias. Siguiente llamada 8138. 8138.
8138.
Good afternoon. Hello, Supervisors. My name is Christy Whalen, and I'm the manager of the Rancho Santa Fe Association. Today, I'm supporting Supervisor Desmond's proposal to earmark $10 million for 3 roundabouts in Rancho Santa Fe. Rancho Santa Fe is a beautiful community with an ugly traffic problem. Since the 1920s, people have moved to our community for its rural nature, rolling topography, and tree-lined roads. Our population has remained fairly stable, but traffic on our lovely county roads has continued to get worse over the years. Our residents and drivers from neighboring communities find themselves in horrible traffic jams during the morning and afternoon rush hours. For 20 years, we've been begging for a solution from the county while traffic has grown exponentially. The backlog of cars is more than an inconvenience, it's a safety risk. We know that roundabouts would ease traffic, increase safety, and enable emergency vehicles to quickly reach our citizens. I would hate for our residents to find themselves gridlocked as they try to evacuate during a wildfire. We've been requesting the roundabout solution for years. Please consider this reasonable request. I've heard comments that money should not go to affluent Rancho Santa Fe. I would like to inform you that we have a fair number of residents who've lived here for many years and are on fixed incomes. We have a large population of senior citizens enjoying their retirement, trying to live a quiet, peaceful life in the ranch. We also have some lovely properties with larger homes who contribute substantially their fair share to the county budget. Roundabouts would benefit our community as well as drivers in neighboring communities. So I would argue that roundabouts are a very appropriate use of property tax dollars. I implore you to stop kicking the can down the road and please fund roundabouts to improve safety, ease traffic, and clear evacuation routes. If we wait till the next wildfire to consider traffic improvements, it will be late. Thank you for your time and service to our community, especially during these challenging times.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3083.
Siguiente llamada 3083.
3083.
3083.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es María Flores.
My name is Maria Flores.
Vivo en la ciudad de Vista, California. Soy miembro del grupo ACE y la coalición Inviertan en las Familias de San Diego.
I live in Vista, California, and I'm a member of ACE and the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition.
Agradezco la propuesta de los 24 millones para las familias, pero no es suficiente.
I am grateful for the $24 million proposal to help families, but it's not enough.
Queremos que nos apoyen con más y que no excluyan a las familias inmigrantes En este tiempo de pandemia difícil para todas las familias que trabajamos muy duro,
We ask for additional resources and that you also support immigrant families. During this pandemic, we are all working very hard during this hard time.
y la vivienda es un derecho humano y queremos que nos apoyen con más dinero.
Housing is a human right, and we ask that you support us with additional funds.
A mí no se me hace justo que en este tiempo de pandemia quiera invertir 18 millones para caballos.
I don't think it's fair that during this time of pandemic that there is an ask for an investment of $18 million in an equestrian park.
Y agradezco a los servicios de interpretación y necesitamos que el condado invierta más en estos servicios para que todos los de diferentes idiomas podamos tener voz en San Diego.
I appreciate the translation services, and I also ask that you invest in more translation services so that people that speak different languages are able to have a voice in San Diego County.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0424.
Siguiente llamada 0424.
0424.
0424.
We'll move on to 8668.
Continuamos con 8668.
8668.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Troke, and I've lived in Valley Center for over 20 years. I'm currently on the board of directors of the Valley Center Parks and Recreation District. And over the last several years, I've spent considerable time trying to figure out a financial path forward to provide our community with robust and sustainable parks and recreation system. Also, in the attempt to provide our community with more equitable acre per resident of parkland compared to other communities in our county, I've worked diligently to find a way forward in the development of the district-owned 46-acre Star Valley Park property. In this journey, I've discovered that given the anti-tax political climate and the fact that Valley Center is the only community in San Diego County that doesn't receive the benefit of direct municipal or county general funds to help fund its parks and recreation activities, there is no reasonable path forward. I'd like to emphasize that last point. Valley Center is the only community in San Diego County that doesn't receive the benefit of general funds to help fund its parks and recreation activities. Valley Center is an outlier in this regard. Because we have no path forward, our Parks Board has requested the transfer of the assets and powers of the Valley Center Parks and Recreation District to the County of San Diego. In this effort, we've been warmly received by County Parks and have received the blessings of this board and LAFCO to proceed. As we move forward in this new relationship, and given the clear inequity that's existed all these years, I urge you to make room in your coming budget the necessary monies to provide for our growing community by making the initial investment that Supervisor Desmond has recommended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4977.
Siguiente llamada 4977.
4977.
4977.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mike Van Zant. I live in Valley Center. I just wanted to thank all the county supervisors for the work that they're doing and the opportunity to make a short speech today. I would like to thank Supervisor Desmond for the support that he has given us for a traffic signal on Valley Center Road at Ridge Ranch, which is an extremely hazardous intersection, as was mentioned earlier by my neighbor, George Weir. We've had several accidents in the past years, one fatal, one near fatal. We're essentially driving out of our subdivision in a situation that's akin to having your driveway on a 4-lane freeway with vehicles driving 65, 70 miles an hour, some of them even faster than that. And with the growing traffic problem in Valley Center, we certainly appreciate Mr. Desmond's work on this. Further to that, I want to say that I do not support the county defunding any of the police departments or sheriff departments in San Diego County. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4318.
Siguiente llamada es 4318.
4318.
4318.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm with District 5, and I just wanted to comment to oppose the district's, the supervisor's bill. I would prefer that the funds be allocated to the Restorative Community Conference. Is a restorative justice program that involves a face-to-face meeting led by trained facilitators for the victim, the youth offender, and community members to determine methods to repair harm outside the criminal justice system. This is a transformative approach that emphasizes accountability and healing over the traditional punishment while shifting power from the system to community.
And could you please state your name for the record?
5, resident.
I'm sorry, we didn't catch your name.
Barbara Garcia, District 5, resident.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker is 5959.
Siguiente llamada es 5959.
5959.
5959.
Hi, this is Darcy LaHaye from Valley Center Parks and Recreation. I'm calling in support of Supervisor Desmond's budget request for Valley Center Parks. Our parks have struggled financially for years. Most every park is in need of capital improvements to make our parks safer and more enjoyable, accessible to our community. I urge you to yes to appropriate the funds for Valley Center Parks. Change letter District 5, recommendations 1 and 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6250.
Siguiente llamada 6250.
6250.
6250.
We will move on to 5340.
Continuamos con 5340.
5340.
5340.
Hello, my name is Craig Usher. I am a Deputy Chief Fire Marshal for the Vista Fire Protection District. I'm speaking today in support of a request made by Supervisor Jim Desmond's office to ease traffic congestion in one of our response areas. This proposal is to modify the street layout at South Santa Fe and Robolini. The current street layout is currently made up of narrow 2-lane roads that does not allow drivers a safe location to pull to the side of the road for emergency vehicles to pass. In this proposed street change, drivers on Robolini and South Santa Fe would have a safe place to pull over for emergency vehicle traffic. In addition to emergency responses, the opening of the roadway will likely improve traffic flow in the event of an evacuation should the need arise. We as a Vista Fire Protection District support this proposed project and any future projects that could decrease response times for our crews when responding to emergencies, as well as easing traffic congestion for our residents. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6474.
Siguiente llamada 6474.
6474.
6474.
We will move on to 1167.
Continuamos con 1167.
1167.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Mia. I'm calling from the 49th District, and I'm calling to demand that our supervisors amend the current proposed budget, which puts unnecessary emphasis on incarceration and policing while other necessary programs are being cut. I'm calling on the supervisors to invest further funding into the resources and programs that keep us safe and healthy, including programs like the Expand Restorative Community Conference, which work on forms of restorative justice outside of our punitive carceral justice system, which is shown to create a population that is disenfranchised, traumatized, and no less prone to recidivism. I'm also calling on them to fund programs like a rental assistance program that requires every landlord receiving rent relief to provide healthy and safe housing in the amount of $100 million. Programs like these will lead to the secure, healthy communities that law enforcement and a racist punitive justice system can never achieve. I hear that the County Board of Supervisors is taking social justice issues into account, but if that is true, then we must do much better, especially when the current climate of COVID-19 and the long-held climate of our punitive justice system disproportionately affects Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2425. Oh, that looks like 6474. And that caller appeared to have muted themselves.
6474.
6474. Okay, we will move on to...
Buenas tardes.
Hola. Adelante.
Sí, mi nombre es Ramón Toscano.
Ok, adelante, señor Toscano.
Sí, soy miembro de ACE y la coalición invierte en las familias de San Diego.
My name is Ramon Toscano. I'm a member of ACE as well as the Coalition for Invest in San Diego Families.
Le quiero dar muchas gracias al supervisor Fletcher por la propuesta de ayudarnos con $24 millones.
I want to thank Supervisor Fletcher for the $24 million proposal.
Para los que no podemos pagar la renta.
For those of us that can't pay rent.
Pero desafortunadamente ese dinero no es suficiente para ayudar a todos.
Unfortunately, that's not enough money to help everyone.
Quiero pedir una vez más que incremente esa ayuda para que se pueda ayudar a más gente.
I would like to ask again that you increase those funds to be able to help more people.
También le quiero dar las gracias a la intérprete.
Gracias. I would also like to thank the interpreter
por ayudarnos una vez más en esta junta.
For helping us one more time during this meeting.
Quiero pedir que el condado invierta en mejorar los servicios de idioma.
I would like to ask that the county invest in language services
para asegurar que más gente pueda participar en otros idiomas.
In order to ensure that other people that speak other languages can participate.
No nada más en español, pero en otros idiomas.
Not just Spanish, but other languages.
Porque la vida de todos es muy importante.
Because everyone's life is important.
Nada más le quiero repetir también a la señorita Jacobs que 18 millones también se me hace muy alto para invertir en caballos.
I would also like to let Supervisor Jacob know that I think that $18 million is a lot to invest in horses.
Yo le pido a ella que un día se ponga en el lugar de nosotros, de los que menos tenemos, y que viva un día como nosotros vivimos para que haga conciencia y nos apoye más.
I would ask that she live in our shoes for one day so that she can see what our lives are like, and maybe that would increase her compassion and knowledge of the situation.
Y que pues sí, que nos apoye más y que ocupamos más apoyo porque desgraciadamente muchas veces dan apoyos, pero no calificamos todos.
And also that we need more support. There's a lot of times that there is support available, but that not everyone qualifies for it.
Y muchas gracias y tengan buen día.
Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7281.
Siguiente llamada 7281.
7281.
7281.
Hello, could you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. My name is Emiliano Ayala. I'm a member, I live in Valley Center, and I'm a member of the Ridge Ranch community. I want to begin by thanking Chairman Cox and the other honorable supervisors for giving me a few minutes to be able to express something I wanted to state, already stated by my neighbors, and this is regarding the traffic signal at Ridge Ranch Road and Valley Center Road. The board may remember that there were 3 safety issues that surfaced when a study was conducted to determine whether or not a traffic signal was necessary there. The first one was in regards to excessive speed. The posted speed limit in Valley Center Road is 60 miles an hour, and the actual speed is between 60 and 80. The locals tend to call that stretch the Autobahn or the Luge. And so it's extremely difficult for us as members of Ridge Ranch community to be able to take a left turn and exit that our development. So again, excessive speed was one safety issue. The second one was line of sight. And again, the study did indicate that it was borderline safe. But again, when you're sitting at that intersection, there's nothing borderline about it. We have vehicles that are speeding between 60 and 80 miles an hour. We have trucks that go slower and block the intersection. We frequently have heavy fog that obstructs our vision as well. And the solution was to develop a U-turn at Woods Valley Road, but we're finding that for larger vehicles, that's not going to work. And the third issue is just driver safety. I think George Weir mentioned already the accident that we had in 2013 where we had high school students that were injured. And again, I think my other neighbor, Mike Van Zandt, talked about other fatalities on Valley Center Road, and many times as I sit there, the near misses that I see happening. So in terms of the budget, I recognize the budget constraints and competing demands with limited resources. In my history as a senior administrator in higher education, I also have to recognize that the board needs to engage in a thoughtful prioritization process. So I'm hopeful the board will recognize 4 things. Number 1, this is a real safety issue the board agreed to support. Number 2, this has been decades that we've been asking for this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Number 3, yes, I understand. Yeah, thank you so much. I urge the boards to fund this in light of the real safety needs, and thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6250.
Siguiente llamada 6250.
6250.
6250.
Hello. Good afternoon. This is Robert Fogner. I am a director of the Vista Fire Protection District, and I'm here this afternoon to support the item number 5 in change letter number 5, which sets aside funds for the improvement to the intersection of Buena Creek and South Santa Fe. For the reasons that have been advanced by Deputy Chief Usher of the Vista Fire Department, I support this allocation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2425.
Siguiente llamada 2425.
2425.
2425.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Eric Jockinson. I am a 32-year resident of Valley Center. I'm calling today to support Supervisor Desmond's 5th District allocation of funds for the Valley Center Parks and Recreation District. Currently, the Parks and Recreation District is being absorbed into the County Parks and Rec for the main reason is allocation of parks funds, maintenance funds for the existing park district, which was established in 1966. In 1998, we changed the name from a community service district to a Parks and Recreation District, which more aligned with what we actually do out here. With the influx of 1,700 plus homes, which are being built as we speak, the Park District looked down the road and went, we just will not have enough tax-based revenue to support the new residents, their families, their children in any kind of good fashion to keep our Parks and Rec district running, which is why we approached the county to absorb us into the county parks. Supervisor Desmond has been a strong supporter of Valley Center. He understands what the issues are out here. These new homes will be very close together, small lots, a great number of them, which tells you one thing, that those people aren't going to be sitting in their backyards. They're going to be out in the county parks enjoying themselves with their families, their dogs, and anything else that's going on. We have currently 5 parks out here. They are Colgrade Field, Sibilia Field, Adams Park, the Community Hall, and the Community Hall grounds, as well as our new park, which we just acquired 42 acres, called Star Valley Park, which has not been developed in any way, shape, or form at this point. So I'm calling in today just to really support Jim Desmond and the 5th District in the allocation. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6555.
La siguiente llamada 6555.
6555.
6555.
Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Chavez Harms. I am the chair of the Valley Center Community Planning Group. And as several of our other residents and community members have stated, the parks are a vital part of every community, and especially to Valley Center. They're an integral part of a community's infrastructure. The parks in Valley Center have been neglected for decades, yet Valley Center is expected to add an additional 1,400 new family homes, for which grading has already started, and an additional 700 plus homes is slated to come in the next few years. This just adds to an ambitious population out in the backcountry of San Diego. As our rural community continues to lose open space to meet the needs of the state's housing requirements, it is critical that we mitigate with public parks that are compliant with current guidelines. The substandard condition our parks have endured has gone on far too long. This is a perfect time to make the long overdue improvements to our parks and provide Valley Center and surrounding community park areas to be enjoyed by sports enthusiasts, walkers, bicyclists, equestrians, and those with disabilities. All other public parks within the county are funded and maintained by the county, allowing for greater resources. Valley Center is the only community that does not have that benefit. So please support the request for funds to bring Valley Center parks up to the county standards. And the remaining of my time, I would also like to express our support for the traffic light at the top of Colgrade or the Valley Center grade at Ridge Ranch. Because of the additional family members and the additional homes that are going to be built, traffic is only going to be increased. For this reason, we support both projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4899.
Siguiente llamada 4899.
4899.
4899.
Our next speaker is 0582.
Siguiente llamada 0582.
0582.
0582.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Dr. Melanie Burkholder. I'm running as a candidate for State Assembly in the 76th District, which covers a good portion of North County. First, I want to thank the board for recently approving $25 million in direct funding to child care providers. Cutting through red tape and making these direct payments is vital to get working parents back to their jobs in generating income to start to reverse the sometimes unnecessary economic damage we have been subject to for the last several months. But I also want to voice my strong opposition to the campaign I'm currently witnessing here today, especially in the carbon copy written comments, to take resources away from our outstanding law enforcement agencies and officers who protect and save lives every day in this county. We have witnessed firsthand what happens across this country when local elected officials forsake their police forces. Violent crime in our largest cities has exploded, with the greatest impact on those of low income or least able to defend themselves. Our police force is a model to be emulated across the country, not one to be demonized. 84% of the police budget just goes to personnel alone, leaving only 16% to pay for all of the rest, including equipment. To illustrate, on multiple occasions, our brave officers have been shot multiple times only to have their lives saved by shields and vests that had to be donated to them by the San Diego Police Foundation. Eliminating funding will reduce the size of the force, reduce training, and reduce the breadth and quality of the equipment they desperately need to execute their jobs, protect themselves, and protect us. I love this county and I love its people, and I cannot abide the misguided calls to chip away at one of the county's crown jewels. I urge the board most strongly to protect and fully fund our law enforcement officers and prevent what has happened in other parts of the country from happening here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5927.
Siguiente llamada 5927.
5927.
5927.
We'll move on. Again, if we call your number and you do not respond, we will come back to you. Our next...
Vamos a continuar. De nuevo, se les recuerda que si nombramos su número y no participa en ese momento, vamos a retornar.
Our next caller is 4490.
Siguiente llamada 4490.
4490.
4490.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, my name is Cecilia James with Voices of Our City Choir. I'm speaking on the budget $5 million for mental health and addiction services. I've been in District 1 since 1972. According to county numbers, around 500 people each month are brought to the county psychiatric hospital without being admitted. There are many more that languish without even seeking help. Many of those individuals are experiencing psychosis, which could be likely a side effect of drugs causing the psychosis. These individuals are often given a referral for a local facility and turned away without any further treatment or follow-up. These individuals often have dual diagnoses. There needs to be facilities in place that can have better services to ensure appropriate outcomes for people who visit the county psychiatric hospitals. And there needs to be more treatment centers that deal with mental health and substance abuse in one location to provide accurate treatment for individuals with chronic problems, many who are homeless. There are many who are difficult to reach and are criminalized for their mental or addiction disabilities. Currently, police officers will bring the person undergoing the psychosis back home if they have one, let them go, or charge them with a crime and send them to jail. This cannot continue. I urge you to vote to support the $5 million mental health and addiction services. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6365.
Siguiente llamada 6365.
6365.
6365.
We will move on to 3876.
Continuamos con 3876.
3876.
3876.
Sorry, my name is Kenny Nguyen. I didn't press star 6, but I am in resident 4, and I would like to ask the council members, specifically Nathan Fletcher and Greg Cox, to not defund the police. When people say they want to defund the police, they want to hire social workers. But let me ask you this. What if there's a drug addict who's waving a knife? Will a social worker just talk about the weather or calm him down? Sometimes social workers are not the solution. What if there's a man who's physically abusing his girlfriend and is punching them? Would a social worker just calm the man down by talking about his feelings or the weather? No, that does not work. What needs to work is that we need to actually hire social workers with the police. If there's a drug addict, we still have the social worker talk to them, try to calm them down. But if the drug addict is violent, then we have to use the police to detain him. And then if you defund the police, you're actually causing racism and police brutality to increase. Cleveland, Detroit, and Vallejo defunded the police, and crime increased. Now, all I'm saying is that I admit that we need to have a rehabilitation program, and we should not punish people who commit minor crimes. We should try to rehabilitate them. But we should not try to defund or abolish the police, because if you defund the police, then crime and police brutality will increase. We should create more funding for the homeless outreach team. We should create more funding for the PERT team, where police and social workers deal with mentally unstable individuals. And we should also use more funding for the police to get more reform training, get more anti-bias training. In conclusion, I want to create a rehabilitation program. I want more rental assistance, but I am begging the city council to please do not defund the police. Partner the police with the social workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
For members of the public that have called in, when we unmute you, it appears that some of you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. So when we unmute you, you might need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Para los miembros del público que han llamado, parece que al momento de que nosotros les abramos la línea, tienen que presionar el asterisco 6 para poder hablar.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5926.
Siguiente llamada es 5926.
5926.
5926.
¿Aló?
Sí, buenas tardes.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Isabel Cisneros. Vivo en el Distrito 1 de National City.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Isabel Cisneros. I live in District 1, National City.
Estoy dándole gracias a los supervisores por habernos apoyado con un poco de 24 millones, pero yo creo que no es suficiente para bastantes familias que están sufriendo renta, comida, los niños, y si se pueden juntar los supervisores y hablar y ayudarnos por esta vez con 100 millones, estaría perfectamente para ayudar a todas las familias.
I am calling to thank the Board of Supervisors for your support with the $24 million, but it's not enough to support all of our needs of rent, food, childcare. So I'm asking that you come together and discuss a possible $100 million increase to help us meet our needs.
En otra cosa que también le quiero decir a la supervisora que dijo que no podían apoyar a los indocumentados cuando todos los indocumentados pagan impuestos. Todos siempre han pagado impuestos, ellos tienen derecho a todo, porque ellos también pagan impuestos. Y de seguro hay gente rica que no tiene problemas, de seguro algún supervisor de ahí ella no tiene problemas, por eso opina de esa manera. El supervisor que dijo, o unas personas que dijeron que tenían que apoyar para las calles, no lo veo útil de hacer eso ahorita, porque lo más importante ahorita es por la pandemia, el coronavirus, que vino a destruir muchas cosas, vino a congelar muchas cosas que no lo esperábamos. Y por eso pedimos 100 millones para que nos apoyen en esta emergencia, que no se pongan a ver qué ocupa ahorita San Diego, qué calle, qué esto. No, ocupan ayuda muy importante, la renta, comida, para que las familias no se vayan a vivir como homeless a las calles, por favor.
Also, I'd like to tell the supervisor that said that that the undocumented people should not receive support, I would like to remind her that they do pay taxes, that we have a right to everything, and surely that supervisor doesn't really have any of those problems right now to try to survive. And also to the other supervisor that was talking about making road improvements, that's not really something that I consider effective right now or necessary right now, given the struggles that we're suffering because of the pandemic and these unexpected things that are happening that's destroying our lives and our ability to provide for our families. And this is a real emergency. We need help with rent, with food, so that we don't become homeless.
Otra cosa que les quiero pedir que por favor se comuniquen entre ellos y hagan esta ayuda, que no va a ser permanente, es nada más que nos pasó, desgraciadamente llegó al mundo, llegó esa bacteria a enfermar a mucha gente, ha muerto mucha gente y no creo que no puedan ver la necesidad tan grande que hay ahorita, la verdad. Los dueños no les importa si tienes o no tienes, ellos son ricos, tienen dinero, ellos no necesitan. La gente ocupa un cuartito donde vivir y los dueños son bien groseros con la gente, no respetan lo que dijo el gobernador, que no sacaran a la gente, que se esperaran, y los dueños son bien groseros, bien estúpidos con las personas, y más con los hispanos, se cargan más a que piensen que los hispanos no tenemos derecho en este país si todos trabajamos y pagamos impuestos. Es todo lo que quería decir. Muchas gracias.
I would also like that you to ask you that you come together to really talk about increasing the amount of funds that you can assist us with, and understanding that this is not permanent, that this, has clearly caught us off guard, that this bacteria came into the world and has made lots of people sick, and lots of people have died, and that homeowners and landlords don't really care because, they don't have as many problems as people that just simply need a little room to live in, but the landlords aren't respecting the governor's ban on eviction or any of the other assistance that they should be helping us with. And it happens more to Hispanics, and they're really showing how stupid they are. And we do have those rights. And that's all I wanted to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4256.
Siguiente llamada 4256.
4256.
This is Simone Arias. I suppose the current budget proposal because it does not include $3 million for the Restorative Community Conference Program, which has generally reduced recidivism by youth through their collaboration with law enforcement, RCC mentors, families, the causes and long-term remedies for reducing crime and addressed in its complexities. Youth are held accountable for their actions, but they get the opportunity to just reconsider destructive paths and their causes and consequences. RCC intervention is generally preferable to time in juvenile hall. So please do commit to funding RCC to support our youth and to ever improve our law enforcement and juvenile justice systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4899.
Siguiente llamada 4899.
4899.
4899.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good. My name is Larry Galavinik. I live in Jim Desmond's district, been there for 32 years, formerly the president of the Valley Center Parks and Rec, which is being moved into the San Diego County Parks. And I wanted to bring up a couple of points about why that's so important. Probably the most significant one is in 2011, the Board of Supervisors there approved the general plan. And Valley Center has been fairly rural, and we accepted a lot more than we probably should have. Population will go, according to that plan, from 20,000 residents to 34,000, which is almost doubling. And that's put a great strain on how you provide a quality of life in a community. You've heard from other people from Valley Center talking about how do you start a park, run a park, maintain a park. So my comments are in support of the amended budget, because it provides some money, and it's not money going to make it a deluxe place. It's mostly what I call public safety and regulatory demands kinds of things. I mean, we developed 5 parks you heard previously, and it was mostly volunteer labor. And I'm sure most of them are not up to current code. And these monies will allow it to bring up the current code and be safe for people who use them. And a lot of them, I suspect, will be, because we're an older community, ADA types, just people with disabilities. So here, I appreciate the budget. It provides some money. It'll get us through some of the hard parts in the future. Thank you very much, Larry Glavinick.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1384.
Siguiente llamada 1384.
1384.
13.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Jim Ashcraft. I'm the president of the Rancho Santa Fe Fire Protection District, and I'd like to say good afternoon or almost evening to Chairman Cox and members of the board. I have some quick points regarding the 3 Rancho Santa Fe roundabouts. Yesterday, a large SUV pulled out of El Camino del Norte and right in front of me, and I had to slam on the brakes to avoid a fairly good-sized accident. This 3 intersection area is 34% over the statewide collision rate over the past 3 years. Second, cars back up in the morning and afternoon commutes. Drivers divert to neighborhood side streets to beat the backed-up traffic. They speed through those streets with walkers and blind driveways everywhere, and there's no shoulders to protect the walkers. Third, there have been bike-car accidents in this area. Fourth, roundabouts will improve the traffic flow at lower speeds, give neighbors on Paseo Delicias a better opportunity to exit their driveway. The Rancho Santa Fe Fire Protection District supports the roundabout improvements for these intersections. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7601.
Siguiente llamada 7601.
7601.
7601.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Cox. I'm the fire chief of the Rancho Santa Fe Fire Protection District. The district is in support of the installation of the roundabouts to improve life safety and traffic safety for the citizens passing through the district or living in Rancho Santa Fe. Rancho Santa Fe is designated a very high fire hazard severity zone. It also has a long history of wildland fire activity. The community has limited options to use during times of evacuation. Controlled intersections are often the clogging point for early evacuation. To mitigate this, you have to place law enforcement officers at those intersections to direct traffic for improved flow. Roundabouts will improve the traffic flow and reduce these bottlenecks during times of evacuation. It will also help free up the much needed law enforcement officers to do more important activities during times of wildfire. Next is traffic safety. I've worked here over 31 years here in Rancho Santa Fe, and I've responded to many traffic accidents in these locations. In fact, there's been 32 in the last 3 years. Typically, at a 4-way intersection, they result in low-speed minor injury accidents, but the intersection of Del Dios Highway and El Camino del Norte is extremely dangerous. This is due to the east-west traffic not needing to slow, while traffic from El Camino del Norte attempts to make right or left-hand turns. This has resulted in many major traffic collisions causing major injuries. The district sees no drawbacks and only benefits for the additions of these roundabouts in Rancho Santa Fe. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3721.
Siguiente llamada 3721.
3721.
3721.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Trin Lay, and I live in District 4. I stand with Missy DeCann and Peace Promotion Momentum Team community members to advocate for alternatives to youth incarceration. We are extremely disappointed that none of the Board of Supervisors included restorative community conferencing in their change letter. We insist that the board allocate $3 million for RCC, which would divert over 550 youth from getting incarcerated. At the evening budget hearing, there were over 123 e-comments and 15 phone testimonies demanding that RCC gets funding. With the current budget proposal, we feel that we are not being heard. The sheriff's budget is nearly $1 billion. Our $3 million ask is only a fraction of a percent of that. $3 million is a small price to pay for a proven program that will keep young people out of jail in the long term. Yes, we understand there are other diversion programs that serve youth, but they are not enough. RCC is unique, it is proven to be successful, and it should be funded by the county. The funds for the pilot program ends in March. As you make your final vote for the county budget, please make an effort to rethink policing and public safety for our county. Let's invest in our youth, not horses in Lakeside or traffic circles in Rancho Santa Fe. We remain opposed to this budget until funding for RCC is included. Our campaign will continue until community demands are a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8405.
Siguiente llamada 8405.
8405.
8405.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Jerome Hill. I represent the Vista Fire Protection District as past president and current board director. Vista Fire Protection District provides emergency medical and fire suppression services to the unincorporated county area of Vista. Specifically today, I'm here regarding the change letter item, South Santa Fe Buena Creek intersection improvements, submitted by Supervisor Jim Desmond, District 5. We, the board, have been working with the County Public Works Department as well as Supervisor Desmond, trying to implement a practical fix of the area as the bottleneck created at the intersection has been negatively affected for first responders, be it medical emergencies or fire emergencies. The area of concern has been on the county capital improvement project list, unfunded since the Great Recession, as a much larger project, estimated at over $70 million. Working with Supervisor Desmond and County Deputy Public Works Director William Morgan's staff, a much more financially palatable project, $5.4 million, has been created to provide near immediate relief of the bottleneck, improving life-saving emergency medical and fire responses. The particular intersection is not a simple through intersection with one traffic signal. It's a jogged intersection with multiple traffic signals with literally no room for the vehicles to move out of the way for emergency responders, ambulances, and fire trucks. There is a light rail sprinter station at the intersection, and the intersection serves Palomar College traffic as well as the cut-through traffic from 15 freeway via Deer Springs, Buena Creek, and ultimately to the 78 freeway. In short, it's a mess. You've heard from our deputy chief and other fire board directors today supporting the projects. Please support the approval of this item, and it is frankly a life and death issue. Thank all of you for your service, and thank you, Supervisor Jim Desmond, for your leadership on this critical issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0563.
Siguiente llamada 0563. 0563.
0563.
Hello, my name is Aida Cupido. I have been calling in to these meetings since March with Youth Will San Diego. Ever since the pandemic started, I am asking that the Board of Supervisors listens to the people and adopts the demands made by ISDF into the budget, because the budget is blatantly racist. There's nothing else. You are funding equestrian parks while people are dying, and our homelessness issue is rising in the state that has who before the pandemic, to my knowledge, had the highest homeless rate. this is, it's disappointing, it's shameful, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to know that our Board of Supervisors just does not want to make an effort. If you want to make an effort, please, please oppose the budget plan made by the CAO and adopt and listen to ISDF. Please. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3064.
Siguiente llamada 3064.
3064.
3064.
We will move on to 3255.
Continuamos con 3255.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Matt Wellhauser. I am the Chief of Security for the Rancho Santa Fe Association. I'd like to address Chairman Cox and members of the board about Supervisor Desmond's request for funding of the 3 roundabouts in Rancho Santa Fe, as previously stated by our fire chief and association manager. A little bit of background: I've worked in Rancho Santa Fe community for 40 years. I have a background in law enforcement. I also sit on the County Traffic Advisory Committee representing districts 3 or 5. And for the most part of my career, I've worked on various traffic issues in the ranch. This includes speed limits, stop signs, signals, parking, and roundabouts. We've worked closely with the county DPW traffic engineering section for years on a variety of projects. And the roundabouts go back to the early 2000s. The community looked at various ideas to mitigate backed up traffic on Del Dios Highway, Paseo Delicious, and Villa del Valle, which affects commuters and residents all the way from Riverside County in Temecula to San Diego County in San Diego regional area. Roundabouts at the time, at the 3 intersections were brought to the county TAC in 2003. I happened to be the person that represented the association at that meeting, representing the Rancho Santa Fe community. We proposed that idea to the TAC. It was favorably received, and it was voted to go to the Board of Supervisors. It was heard by the board in 2004. They approved the roundabouts. We worked with them on some of the funding for design and engineering. Engineering and environmental impact reports commenced, and we've been waiting 14 years for these roundabouts to be installed. And here's our opportunity to reduce traffic on Del Dios Highway, improve traffic, improve safety. We fully support the roundabouts, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7323.
Siguiente llamada 7323.
7323.
7323.
Good afternoon. This is Reed Miller. I am the president of the Vista Fire Protection District, and having served on the board for 18 years, at virtually every meeting, we discuss our response times and how to improve them. It is absolutely critical for the service we provide. I would like to add my support to other board members and our chief to the improvement of the intersection of Buena Creek. It provides delays to our service times that we simply cannot continue to tolerate, and will be a great help to us in providing the service we want to provide. And the suggestion of a $5 million project that we can do now is so much more preferable than continuing to wait for a $70 million project sometime in the future. So I would like to thank the supervisors for considering this and for supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0424.
Siguiente llamada 0424.
Hello. Let's see. James Elliott here. I am also a board member with the Vista Fire Protection District, and you've heard all of the others explain our interest in this intersection. I'll keep this short. I'm speaking in support of item 5 on Supervisor Desmond's change letter dated August 19th, 2020. You've heard why the intersection is important, and you should also know that as we understand it right now, emergency responders avoid that intersection, causing increases in response times to anybody in that area. So it may affect San Marcos Vista, the unincorporated area, and so on. Anyway, thank you for your interest in this. We certainly hope you will add it to the budget. And thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6365.
Siguiente llamada 6365.
6365.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Good. I thank the Board of Supervisors for providing me this opportunity to speak today. My name is Mark Stutzman, and I live in District 3. I oppose this budget, even with the laudable aspects in the change letter, because it fails to adequately address the needs of our communities most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. I do support the ACLU and ISDF coalition asks not addressed in the change letter. I believe the proposed budget fails to adequately fund programs for communities hit hardest by COVID-19, our immigrant community and communities of color. This is no surprise because decades of unjust policies have created much higher levels of comorbidity in these communities. I believe these policies are largely based on a false conservative assumption that we live in a zero-sum world. So if immigrants and communities of color benefit, it must be to the detriment of the white middle class. This zero-sum viewpoint is based on a flawed understanding of the impact of migration on our nation's economy and culture. So I'd like our supervisors to better understand the facts about the impact of immigration on our country. I'll start with some excerpts from Wikipedia on immigration in the U.S. Quote, research suggests that immigration to the United States is beneficial to the U.S. economy. With few exceptions, the evidence suggests that on average, immigration has positive economic effects on the native population. A 2016 study found that legislation would increase the economic contribution of the unauthorized population, illegal undocumented immigrants, undocumented immigrants by about 20% to 3.6% of private sector GDP. Studies also show that immigrants have lower crime rates than natives in the United States, end quote. Our undocumented immigrants are not the boogeymen Stephen Miller and the current federal administration would have you believe. Immigrants add to our society and help grow the American pie, not eat it. I won't list the various programs I and ISDF ask be funded. You know them, so let me instead finish by noting that as a border community, San Diego County is strengthened by the rich diversity of immigrants and refugees from around the world. Let's enrich the county by addressing the needs of this underrepresented yet essential community of people and make us all better for the effort. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1491.
Siguiente llamada 1491.
1491.
1491.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, adelante.
Mi nombre es Kevin Caravante, soy un miembro de ACE. La coalición invierte en las familias de San Diego. Vivo en la ciudad de National City. Primeramente, les quería decir gracias a las personas para invertir los 4 millones para ayudar a pagar la renta. Desafortunadamente, yo pienso que no es suficiente y necesitamos invertir lo más posible para ayudar a más gente. Nuestras familias deberían ser de prioridad. Y también, pues finalmente le quiero dar muchas gracias a la traductora y por favor quisiera pedirles que puedan darle más voz a otros lenguajes que también necesitan traductores aparte del español para que más gente pueda dar su opinión. Muchas gracias.
Perdón, ¿cuál era su nombre? No se escuchó bien.
Oh, Kevin Caravantes, perdón. No sé.
Una vez más, perdón.
Kevin Caravantes.
Cervantes.
Caravantes.
Okay, gracias. So, his name is Cervantes, last name is Cervantes, and he belongs to ACE and ISDF, Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. He is a resident of National City, and he would like to thank for the $24 million rental assistance, and also express that we need more to help families that are in need in the region, and also thank the translator for the translation, and also ask that the board invest in more languages other than Spanish translation so that everyone has an opportunity to share their opinion.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8248.
Siguiente llamada, 8248.
8248.
8248.
Hello, it looks like you've unmuted yourself. You may proceed.
Parece que puede proceder. 8248.
$8248. We will come back to you.
Regresamos.
8251.
8251.
8251.
8251.
We will move on to our next caller, 5700.
Siguiente llamada, 5700.
5700.
5700.
Hi, my name is Wee Tran, and I'm Director Advocacy of We the People of San Diego. I'm calling in to urge the San Diego County Board of Supervisors to commit defunding the DA, because at this time during the COVID time, we do not need to increase that department $22.8 million, where we can actually take that funding and go and do something a little bit more, transformative, like for instance, expanding the restorative community conference, a program that focuses on repairing harm outside the criminal justice system and make it available for all youth and countywide. With this program, the ask is only $3 million, which is a drop in the bucket in all of the other department funding. And the outcome of it is that it will divert away, at least 500 youth here in the county of San Diego, and divert them out of the criminal justice system, and will save lives. And this is a good investment in the long term as well. And the other demand is also to create a transitional youth specialized unit with the county staff trained the youth adult development. It's time we really need to invest in the youth instead of incarcerate them. Lastly, I support any rental assistance program, including the one that Supervisor Fletcher is amending. I know $24 million is not a lot because of the community asking for $100 million, but I'll take what I can. And also provide $5 million to fund the language translation to ensure minority groups will have a better and equitable access to government assistance program. As the president of a nonprofit group called Big Vote, I have often taken upon myself to translate all of the languages, all of the program into the Vietnamese languages. So in order for to ensure my Vietnamese community have better access to the government assistance program. Well, it's good if you put out a program, but the community doesn't know it, doesn't get to it. So please support Supervisor Fletcher amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5949.
Siguiente llamada 5949.
5949.
Hello, my name is Brenda Marquez from District 4, and I'm calling to demand the San Diego County Board of Supervisors to commit to defund incarceration and policing, which it disproportionately impacts Black and Brown communities, and I think they should invest in our communities instead and helping us. So if, for example, like we can instead give money to expand restorative community conference. This program focuses on repairing harm outside the criminal justice system and make it available for all youth countywide. We can also try to create a rental assistance program that requires every landlord to receive rent relief to provide healthy and safe housing in the amount of $100 million. And as many callers have insisted in providing more money to fund for language translation and ensure minority groups will have a better equitable access to government assistance programs. Please, I advocate for low-income communities, and I hope that the county board members and supervisors can commit to doing that as well and support our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6020.
Siguiente llamada 6020.
6020.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? My name is Michael Boyer. This is the third time I've spoken before the Board of Supervisors. Each time I'm confused by the opening prayer. Who's the God being prayed to? Is it the God of power and money? As a cradle Catholic, that is not the God I know. I heard the rumors that William Gore has the Board of Supervisors in his pocket, and there was a push to get outsourcing approved due to the potential that there could be new righteous supervisors that value people and will reject the move to outsource medical services in San Diego County jails. August 4th confirmed this rumor and was the first time I was ashamed to say I'm a resident of San Diego County. My coworkers are some of the most righteous, selfless people I've ever met in my life. They've been forced to work mandatory overtime during a pandemic with the promise of support in the form of 30 new nursing positions. Instead of being given appreciation and support during the most stressful times of the century, they were given added stress that their lives could be turned upside down by having their jobs outsourced. It seems that the Board of Supervisors do not value people. At what point did the Board of Supervisors lose their humanity? Diane Jacobs, you pride yourself on promoting outsourcing jobs, negatively impacting people's lives. Do you feel that you value people? Greg Cox, you have been representing the community of predominantly Latino people for the past 25 years. Do you feel you value the people you represent? Kristen Gaspar, it seems that you are anti-union. Do you feel you value people? Jim Desmond, in your campaign, you said mental health services was top priority, but yet you support outsourcing mental health providers. Do you value people? Nathan Fletcher, do you really value people? If you did, wouldn't it be beneficial to question the lack of humanity displayed by your Confederates? It seems the Board of Supervisors knows the cost of everything but the value of nothing. It is never too late to do the right thing and display love and humanity to your fellow man. Everyone is capable of choosing to be on the side of good. My only hope is that the Board of Supervisors chooses to regain their humanity and genuinely consider the needs of the communities that they were elected to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9918.
Siguiente llamada 9918.
9918.
9918.
Hi, yes, my name is Michael McDonald. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay that happens even when you're listening in on the meeting. While you're talking for the, calling for the next caller, the automated is asking you to press *6. Anyways, my name is Michael McDonald. I'm a resident in District 4, and I am demanding that the Board of Supervisors commit to defunding incarceration and policing and invest in communities instead. The proposed budget increases to the sheriff and DA reflect the county's reliance on these racist systems to lock up Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income people into cages instead of dismantling these systemic problems. The mayor let off seems to support funding and expansion of public services that provide transitional housing, mental health services, and resources for the shelterless, which is good. But instead of reallocating some of the $500 million from the SCPD, he is coming to the county for it, which doesn't make sense. So supervisors, be better than the mayor. You must amend the current proposed budget to invest in the resources and programs that keep us safe and healthy, including an expansion of the Restorative Community Conference and reallocating the $22.8 million increase for the DA and increased funding for the public defender and the other demands that the community is asking for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0135.
Siguiente llamada 0135.
0135.
0135.
Again, if you don't reply, we will come back to you. We will move on to 4082.
De nuevo, si no responde, regresamos con usted. Siguiente llamada 4082.
4082.
4082.
Hi, there was a delay. My name is Seska Kabuhat from District 4. I'm a volunteer with Sunrise Movement. Thank you for the board for adding the amendments to the budget from the previous hearing. Today, I'm calling to show my support for the ISDF community demands. I was at the Solidarity with Kenosha protest last night when the police brutalized members of the crowd. NBC San Diego irresponsibly reported that protesters hit an officer with a cane, but yet the protesters were nonviolent and peaceful, none of which had canes. When the police showed up in riot gear, they were the ones inciting violence, and the police were the rioters at the protest yesterday. The police are the looters in the community by taking away essential resources. We are living in a county with huge disparities and two different realities when we have folks from District 5 calling in for roundabouts, which is valid, but yet we have folks from Barrio Logan pleading in fear of evictions and in need of housing, which is essential. This duality of realities exists in the treatment of the police and mass incarceration when up to 50% of people are being murdered by the police have disabilities, and Black people are murdered at 3 times the rate of white people. Provide at least $100 million in rental assistance program to help tenants and smaller landlords. And thank you, Nathan Fletcher, for your amendment to include $24 million for rental assistance. #HumansOverHorses 2020. I urge you to vote no on this budget. Thank you for your time, and I will hang up now.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7498.
Siguiente llamada 7498.
7498.
7498.
We will move on to 2953.
Continuamos con 2953.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Alex, and I'm a volunteer at the Sunrise Movement, and I live in District 5. Right now, we have a pandemic, an unemployment crisis, and a housing eviction crisis. We don't know when the pandemic will end, but right now, so many people have called in just pleading for some help. So right now, we should be focusing on keeping people safe and providing them with access to resources. We absolutely don't need more people in prisons and jails. We don't need people losing their homes in the middle of a pandemic. How do we navigate this when people are left unhoused or just put in jail cells? We need rental assistance. We need better intervention strategies for youth. we need more translation services. So please allocate $3 million into the Restorative Community Conference. Please create a transitional age youth specialized unit. Please allocate $100 million for the rental assistance program, and please allocate $3 million for translation services. Please oppose this budget and really listen to what the struggling residents are saying. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2424.
Siguiente llamada 2424.
2424.
Hi, my name's Darlissa. I'm calling, I believe it's District 3. I want to address everyone on this call. I've been waiting for 2 hours to speak, so anyone who has been listening this whole time, thank you. I want to make a point how exhausting it is to hear about people just pleading for their lives on this. Not just them having housing now, but for the futures of their children. And then people in Rancho Santa Fe and Vista want roundabouts and parks. I'm asking all my constituents to really listen to their community members and what's important here, because people are pleading for their lives and other people are pleading to be able to enjoy their lives. For my people in Vista, hear you, you want a roundabout. If you want a roundabout, if you want cleaner parks, ask the people of Barrio Logan how they got their park. They built it. They went out and cleaned up their communities. I go out on a daily basis and clean up my community. So I am in favor of the amendment changes. I want to say thank you to Fletcher for writing these up, but I'm also asking the rest of my constituents to rethink and raising this, because this is about life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2997.
Siguiente llamada 2997.
2997.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say first, I had another friend who was waiting for about 2 hours. She did not know that she had to press *6. So for next time, that can just be put online. That would be more helpful for people. I am calling to essentially say that we basically demand the San Diego Board of Supervisors to commit to defund incarceration and policing, which disproportionately impacts Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low income, and that they invest in our communities instead. We're asking for $3 million for the Restorative Community Conference. That is a tiny, tiny fraction of the almost $1 billion that the Sheriff's Department has. And I honestly see no reason why that money cannot be allocated to helping our youth and making sure we're keeping young people out of prison. I would also like to say that as a proud member of San Diego, I love this city, and it's absolutely disgusting and disappointing and shocking to hear that people are pleading for their lives, their homes, and their families, while others are concerned about an equestrian park. It absolutely makes no sense why $18 million is going to be allocated to 10 people who have horses versus hundreds of people who can't afford to stay in their own home. Thank you.
And could you please state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. Julie Norton from Pacific Beach.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8251.
Siguiente llamada 8251.
8251.
8251.
We'll move on to 0148.
Continuamos con 0148.
Hi, my name is Amanda Pimentel, and I'm calling from Barrio Logan. I'd first like to say thank you for your time and energy that you're putting into hearing these calls. I am really hoping that you are listening to what we are saying. We are the people who elect you in these positions. You are there to serve your community. An equestrian park is like completely appalling that is even a subject of conversation when we don't have enough housing for the people of our community. I live in Barrio Logan, where we don't call the police when we have an issue. We call our community leaders. We call the people who are born in that neighborhood
who have invested their time in not only keeping it safe, but keeping it beautiful, keeping, the history alive. I'm calling on the supervisors to defund the police department in order to use these resources to invest back into our community. I propose that we use these funds with rental assistance. People in our communities don't have human basic rights like food, water, housing. When you guys go home at night, you're not worried about your next meal. It's your job as a person in public office to be worried about what the people of your community are worried about. Programs like the RCC, you need to invest in your future, because what's going to happen is when we don't see the change, these youth that you guys are not investing in are going to take your positions in office. And the change will come. Maybe not right this minute, but you will have the opportunity to be part of the change and to be part of the future and making it a safe community, a safe place where people have their, not only their basic human rights, but opportunities to develop and grow. I urge you to take into consideration what we, the people of the communities who elect you, are asking for, because if not, we will find a way to get what we need. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7830.
Siguiente llamada, 7830.
7830.
7830.
Hello, my name is Andrew Harvey, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Chicano Federation and calling in support of Invest in the San Diego Families Coalition. I'm here today to urge you to vote in support of the recommendations put forth in Supervisor Fletcher's change letter and the joint change letter from Supervisor Fletcher and Supervisor Cox. Included in these letters is $24 million for rental assistance, $2 million for a COVID income replacement fund. Our communities are facing new and existing challenges each day, and they deserve to have these resources provided. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7062.
Siguiente llamada, 7062.
Hi, my name is Corinne Josepher, and I'm in District 4, and I demand the Board of Supervisors commit to defund incarceration and policing, which disproportionately impacts Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income residents, and that they invest back in our communities, not in $18 million equestrian parks and above the priority of roundabouts. I urge you to amend the current proposed budget and to invest in resources and programs that keep us safe, healthy, and in our homes, including defunding the district attorney, who does not need an increase of $22.8 million while other departments are being cut, and increase funding for public defenders to provide legal assistance for those who cannot afford it. Create a transitional age youth specialized unit with staff trained in youth adult development and trauma-informed approaches to work with youths ages 18 to 25. And to fund $100 million in rental assistance programs that requires every landlord receiving rent relief to provide healthy and safe housing. These are important measures that are going to protect our community. And we feel like you are not looking out for our community, and we are asking you to please care about our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7498.
Siguiente llamada, 7498.
7498.
7498.
Hello, my name is Melissa Elder, and I'm a volunteer with the Sunrise Movement San Diego, and I am calling in between meetings because this is something really important. I haven't had time to prepare my remarks ahead of this, but I find it really critical to our Board of Supervisors to listen to the community members, like many have mentioned earlier, about focusing on people whose lives, their livelihoods, their ability to provide for their families are being impacted right now, and prioritize those communities in this time of need. There's a time and place for everything, and of course, investing in all communities is important, but prioritizing those who really need this money right now. And especially when we're talking about rental assistance for communities, and investing in community services instead of allocating millions of dollars to the policing of our Black and brown communities. And I just want to say that making sure that we're, as a community, looking to those who need our support right now, people who aren't able to feed their families, people who aren't able to pay rent, who are struggling to make ends meet, who are having disproportionate health effects due to the communities they're living. Children are dying and suffering because of these. Think about how that money should be spent and how it could be better spent in our communities. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3064.
Siguiente llamada 3064.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Marta Orozco y soy voluntaria de Employer Center y también de la coalición Invirtiendo en las Familias. Y pues mi exigencia hoy es que es una vergüenza que piensen en hacer un parque de 18 millones de dólares para caballos cuando hay tanta necesidad y que solamente quieran invertir 2 millones para un fondo de reemplazo de ingresos del COVID.
So my name is Marta Orozco, and I'm a volunteer with the Coalition for Invest in San Diego Families. I'm calling today to say...
Employee Rights Center.
Sí, Employee Rights Center as well. And I'm calling today to say that it's shameful that you are discussing investing $18 million for horses when there is so much need out there, and you're only proposing $2 million to help with income replacement.
Sí, 24 millones de dólares para asistencia con el alquiler y 1 millón para inquilinos en asesoramiento no es suficiente. 10 millones de dólares a la Oficina de Educación del Condado no es suficiente.
$24 million for rental assistance, $1 million for rental funds is not enough. $10 million for the for education, for the Office of Education is not enough.
Sí, no se está mencionando ninguna ayuda para los adultos mayores. No se está mencionando ninguna ayuda para las personas con enfermedades mentales porque no es un hecho nada de esto. Entonces, ¿de qué estamos hablando?
You're not mentioning anything about assistance for the elderly or for people that are suffering from mental health. So what are we really talking about?
Entonces, de verdad que deberían tomar eso en serio, pensar en cómo combatir esta pandemia y que necesitamos trabajos, pero necesitamos primero dónde vivir. Eso es lo más importante.
So it's really important that you take this seriously, that you really think about how we're fighting this pandemic. We do need jobs, but before that, we need someplace to live. That's the most important thing.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8688.
Siguiente llamada 8688.
8688.
8688.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I want to thank you for having this updated budget. I wanted to show support for Supervisor Fletcher's changes that he put forward. Especially what I liked is that he says that money can come from the management reserves and also from unencumbered fund balances. And regarding that, what I just wanted to say is that, you know, the periodic financial reports that you do have, I wish the budget would include things like beginning fund balance, you know, revenues, available fund balance, and then, you know, what you expect to have. Because right now, when you have your budget, you'll just say revenue and expense of, let's just say $10 million, and that's all it is. So if you could maybe change that, your required report filings for your periodic financial reports, it would show that you have so much cash available, you know, billions of dollars available that you don't see because you're not looking at the budget in intricate detail. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8251.
Siguiente llamada 8251.
8251.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Strong, and I'm calling from University Heights. I'm calling for a commitment for defunding of incarceration and for policing to be abolished for the protection of our Black, Brown, and Indigenous community members. These funds need to be given directly to public services to empower our community services, such as the previously mentioned Restorative Community Competence Program. These programs will have a far greater and sustainable impact on our communities than if this money continues to be granted to militarized policing departments. It is so disturbing to hear about $18 million for an equestrian park program while people are pleading for their livelihood and places to live. $24 million is not enough in rental assistance. These people need to be supported and shown that they are a priority in this community. Additionally, I want to uplift the previously called for necessary of more translators. The fact that there are community members in San Diego that cannot voice their opinion is appalling. Thank you for taking our call, and thank you for taking the time to listen to us. And please, please, please consider everything that has been said today. An impact of people living situations because of COVID and an impact on our Indigenous, Black, Brown communities. Please protect them. All right, thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And that concludes testimony. Chairman Cox.
Well, very good. I want to sincerely thank all the people that spoke today. Obviously, there's been a lot of ideas that have been presented, some of which have been incorporated in the change letters that the Chief Administrative Officer has submitted, and some of which have been addressed through the board change letters. At this point, we're going to go into deliberations on the budget. And what I'm going to propose to do is first, we're going to deal with the Chief Administrative Officer's change letter. And what I propose to do is to make a motion to approve the Chief Administrative Officer's list of changes. And if there are items that, and if there's a second to that motion, if there are items that individual board members wish to pull off for further discussion, we'll go ahead and set those aside and then vote on the remaining items and then come back and pick up those there's a need for further discussion on. So to get the ball rolling, I'm going to make a motion to approve the Chief Administrator's change letter for the fiscal year 2021 budget. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, Kristen Gaspar is seconding that motion. Now let me ask my colleagues if there are additions or corrections. I would like to at least address one issue before I recognize anybody else, and that is in regards to the item that is included for the land use and environmental group for Smuggler's Gulch. There's an item for $300,000 and it references issues with Smuggler's Gulch. I just wanted to clarify with the Chief Administrative Officer that that would include a possible diversion project near Monument Road. And if she could give me a clarification on that, that would address the one concern or issue that I had.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that would include anything having to do with that project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there other items that members of the board would like to pull off? Supervisor Fletcher.
I don't have anything to remove, Mr. Chairman. I have a few comments and questions. Would this be the appropriate time to do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank all the individuals who called in, both this meeting and our previous evening budget hearing, along with throughout the budget process that have contacted our office. We've met, we've talked, and I appreciate your input and the desire to have a county budget that is more equitable, is more fair, and is more just. There's a couple items in the change letter that I would like to highlight that I think are consistent with that effort, and a lot of things that my office has been working on. I do appreciate in the change letter the $5 million dedicated for the countywide network of mobile crisis response teams. This is a vital effort to ensure our behavioral health services are provided in the right way by the right folks. I appreciate the funding of the Office of Equity, which our office helped create to address issues of racial justice and equity across the entirety of county government, along with the additional staffing for the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board that can help it meet its increased mission and task and challenge that it has ahead of it. I also want to highlight the 14 additional positions that were clearly spelled out for the public defender. This is a basic issue of fairness in terms of access to the criminal justice system and the basic belief that everyone is innocent until proven guilty and entitled to a good defense. The additional spots for probation on rehabilitation of individuals, I think, is important. I want to thank the addition of two individuals, one in public health and one in environmental health, both dedicated to enhancing water quality monitoring. I've been told that this will allow us to get to daily water quality monitoring, rapid testing in those communities most impacted. And then finally, the 12 positions that are being moved from HHSA administrative support to expand the role of public health services. This is a really important step that we make to invest in public health, and we'll continue to monitor the other 68 positions as noted in the proposed budget on page 219 that are supposed to do the same to help ensure we're investing in public health. And so I think those are positive steps forward. I had two quick questions, one for our CAO. I know we've discussed an equity study for county employees, and I wanted to confirm if this is in the existing budget that we would perform and complete the equity study.
Yes, Supervisor, there's $150,000 that we had proposed in the original budget back on August the 10th in our labor relations within the Department of Human Resources for the equity study that would be done first quarter or so of next year and then extend through the year in preparation for 2022 labor negotiations.
Okay, thank you. My second question, either for the sheriff or the public safety group, we heard in testimony, and I've certainly been told that there was a commitment made during negotiations to recommend 30 additional medical positions, nurses in particular, for our detention facilities. It was stated this is what was needed in order to properly execute on the role of how we presently provide correctional health in our system. And I wanted to see if someone could speak to why, if this was committed to in negotiations and stated several times that this was a priority and something that was needed, why it's not included.
Supervisor Fletcher, this is Holly Porter from the Public Safety Group, and the sheriff had in the 5-year forecast recommended the addition of medical personnel as they pursued the National Commission on Correctional Health Care accreditation, national accreditation. But as you know, the economic landscape really changed with COVID. The Sheriff's Department faced Prop 172 supported costs and revenue loss of $42 million and 2011 realignment revenue loss of $6.1 million. So we really built the budget with the premise of no new programs, no new staff. And in addition to that, with the issuance of the request for interest for medical services in the detention facilities, it was just those things put together. It was not, we thought, the appropriate time to bring forward that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. This question might be for County Council, but even if this board chose to add the 30 staff to the Sheriff's Department for correctional health, it is my understanding the sheriff would have the discretion to spend that money on any program he wants, as he's repeatedly made clear. Our board cannot direct him for how he runs his department. Is my understanding of that correct?
That's correct.
Great. All right. Thank you. I obviously have a number of changes we'll consider once we get through the CAO change letter. No budget is perfect, but those are a few things that I wanted to highlight that I think are positive steps forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Desmond, you go ahead, and then it'll be followed by Supervisor Jacob.
Go ahead, Supervisor Jacob, if she wants to go first.
Okay, Supervisor Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been quite a few speakers that have addressed one of the items in the change letter, the Equestrian Center. And I'm a little troubled by that and don't quite understand. If you look at our capital program, we have well over $100 million in that capital program. And that would include Rock Mountain, major maintenance projects, and there's over 21 individual capital projects in that program. The equestrian facility is only one, and it's the request is for additional $14 million, not $18 million. So the 14 But to understand what the capital program does for the people in the county, not just for the community of Lakeside, but all of our capital programs mean jobs. It puts people to work. And if there was ever a time that people need jobs out there, now is the time. So when you look at over $100 million in the capital program, and we're adding to that a bit with the CAO's change letter, and then with board members' change letters, we'll get to those in a minute. But this, let me zero in on this project. It's been in the works since 2012. There's been a huge community effort behind this project. And actually, our board approved this project some time ago, and we're close to the finish line. The only reason it's in here, we've got construction bids that are in. We're ready to break ground on this project. We just need the last money to do that. It is a state-of-the-art facility that will host a number of events. People will be coming in to the community of Lakeside from all over the county and outside the county to either participate or to observe these facilities. There'll be a variety of equestrian, livestock-related activities, practices, training, contests, including shows, and then some non-equestrian events too, wedding receptions, dog shows, and you name it. It is a first-of-a-kind project that will become an economic engine for both the community and for this region. A little bit about the community of Lakeside. The people of Lakeside are not wealthy people. They're blue-collar people. And I would encourage some of those speakers to take the time to come to the community of Lakeside. It's a great community with a lot of great people, a lot of hardworking people. And horses are an integral part of this community. And when you talk about economic engine, there's a domino effect. Horses need feed, they need equipment and care. And those all mean jobs. So I would hope that my colleagues would support this project along with the rest of the capital improvement projects. We've got a $6.4 billion budget. This is a very small amount, and I hope this helps the people who are speaking better understand the importance of this project, not just for the community of Lakeside, but to the entire region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do support the motion.
Hey, Vice Chairman Desmond.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion by members of the board? I would just maybe add a couple of comments. For my district, the first supervisorial district, I really want to thank Helen and her staff. Nathan made reference to it, the fact that included in this budget is funding for a full staff position that will focus on water quality testing in South County. As we all know, City of Imperial Beach and communities in South County have had to suffer with the ill effects of raw sewage and other materials coming across the border and coming out into our beaches. And I'm really glad to see that this is going to be an opportunity to have a daily testing to ensure good water quality for people to use the beaches down in South County. Also included in this budget is $5 million that will be used for the South County, actually I think it's 5 million. Can't find it right now, but for the South County Crisis Stabilization Unit that will be done in conjunction with Prime Healthcare and their facilities in National City and Chula Vista. I'm really glad to see that moved up on the list of priorities, and it was a unique opportunity to take advantage of that. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we have a motion by the chair, Greg Cox, and seconded by Supervisor Gaspar. Would the clerk please go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Chairman Cox, your vote, please.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, now getting to the board change letters, and the order I thought that I would go in partly because it allows me to go first, but it would be just by supervisorial districts and their requests. And the first board letter, change letter, is actually one that has been brought forward by myself and Supervisor Fletcher. It's expanding emergency rental assistance program and providing landlord-tenant counseling services. Obviously, over the course of the last few weeks with the original board hearings and then this one today, we've heard from our constituents and a lot of callers who are struggling to survive as this pandemic continues. This pandemic has impacted our region in so many adverse ways. It has taken a toll on the mental health of our residents. It's crippled our economy and local businesses, and it certainly has hurt those who have no choice but to work every day to pay for their basic needs, including rent and groceries. That's why I'm bringing this proposal forward today with my colleague, Supervisor Fletcher. This proposal would build upon the county's existing emergency rental assistance program and extend it countywide to support families struggling to make their rent payments due to job loss, furlough, or reduction of hours or pay. If approved, this program would provide emergency rental assistance to low-income households of up to $1,500 per month for 2 months, with payments made directly to the landlords who have also been impacted by this pandemic. Indeed, this proposal won't just help renters. It also provides $1 million for landlord-tenant counseling services to prevent evictions when possible. If we can prevent and help tenants and renters reach agreements, it will help everyone involved. And certainly we've had an existing contract with the Legal Aid Society of San Diego for fair housing related services. We would expand the scope of this contract, this program, to ensure that people's rights are protected when it comes to staying in their homes. We are in an unprecedented crisis that really has spared no one. This pandemic has created pain and misery for people all over this region, and we need to help them, and I urge the support of my colleagues on this proposal. I would point out that the funding for this would first come from the CARES Act money that has not already been allocated. I believe that's $7.2 million. If there is any residual CARES Act money by December 30th of this year, that would also be drawn upon. And in the event that there is a future possible federal COVID assistance program that is approved by the Congress and signed by the President, those funds would be drawn upon first before we would actually dip into the general fund. Now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Senator Fletcher, to make some additional comments.
Thank you. Look, you've outlined very well the program in terms of what we're doing. I recognize this is the single largest item we're considering today in change letters. And I think that although it is a significant investment of county funds, it is vitally important that we make this investment. People are struggling right now. COVID has had a tremendous impact on our communities. People are having difficulties. We all did a lot of effort to try and forestall foreclosures and evictions, but the reality is this program, this $25 million investment with $1 million set aside to help our tenants and those who are in there to have legal assistance as they try to work out arrangements and utilize things, I think is a positive step forward to help those who have been most impacted by the situation we face. We don't want to have more people become homeless and create greater instability in our housing market. And so to have our county government step up in a substantive way and make a significant commitment to rental assistance, I think is a positive step forward and is the right thing to do for the people of San Diego. And with that, I would make a motion to approve this item.
I would second that motion, and I apologize for calling you Senator. I know you're a supervisor, but anyway, I correct myself. Any discussion?
Chairman, just a couple comments. Thank you very much for bringing this important item forward. I do appreciate that. I'm supportive of the CARES Act relief funds going to this use. I think it's a perfectly appropriate use of those funds, and certainly supportive of considering future CARES Act dollars for this use, and also considering any residual funds. I think that is an important use of CARES Act dollars, highly appropriate. I am concerned, however, with the general fund unassigned balance being allocated at this moment in time. In the presentation today, we saw that for the very first time, we'll be in the red when it comes to those 2 months of operational reserves required under the law and under our policies. And my concern with that is that if we were to approve everything we have on the table today with all of the changes, that would leave us $162 million short, which we likely won't be able to demonstrate recovering within a 3-year period of time. So I do know that people are struggling. These are the same people that contact my office and cry with me throughout the day. I think that it is important to allocate the CARES Act dollars, but at this time, I'm not supportive of the general fund unassigned balance of the 16 million. So I am supportive, however, in the 7.4, and then as indicated before, any residual dollars and perhaps future dollars going toward this important need. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussions? Vice Chairman Desmond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am supportive of providing the COVID-19 emergency rental assistance. Within 2 days, we received over 2,700 applications for emergency rental assistance program, and we allocated $162,000. This type of assistance is necessary for the people, that are out of work, whose jobs that they've gone to a job and then it opened up and then it closed again. And at this time, I think it's really important to acknowledge that both renters and landlords have been struggling all over the county. I've heard from many that simply can't float the mortgage or the rental payments, and now they're facing foreclosures. I think it's very important that we get our economy back open and our businesses back open, and I've been pushing for that ever since this crisis had begun, and I think we need to continue in that effort while we're also giving assistance to people who need it the most. I think the way this program is designed, it not only helps keep the tenant housed, but also helps the property owner from defaulting on their loan, and will help return and help prevent mass foreclosures. So I'm in support of the item. I'd like to thank Supervisor Fletcher and Supervisor Cox for bringing this forward.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of comments. I understand for the unincorporated area, there's about 2,000 people that are on the list ready to go. And I would hope that there'd be some consideration of the unincorporated area first or as a priority before we go to others. Because I'm not sure that's been the case with the other money that has been there. And I don't know how staff is going to work out priorities, but I want to make sure that these folks are taken care of. And also I would say, if you look at the entire budget, because there was a lot of testimony on housing, we have about $250 million in this budget addressing housing and housing needs from a range of different activities. And I understand Supervisor Gaspar and her concerns about general fund digging a deeper hole. I have concerns about that too, but at the same time, I think we do need to address priorities, because if we don't do something like what is on the table right now, I think it's going to cost us more in the long run. So I'm going to support the motion on the floor. I think it's badly needed, and I applaud both of you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Gaspar, is your hand up from the last time? Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, no problem. If there's no further discussion, we do have a motion by Supervisor Fletcher, seconded by myself, to approve the board change letter dealing with rental assistance and providing landlord-tenant counseling services. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, the next item we're going to take up is the board change letter submitted by Supervisor Diane Jacob and Vice Chair Jim Desmond. This is dealing with funding for guardrails and traffic signals. And Supervisor Jacob, do you want to go first, or Vice Chair Desmond?
Supervisor Desmond.
Either one. Sure. You want me to go first, Supervisor?
Sure, go ahead.
Jacob? Okay. All right. I want to thank first of all, Supervisor Jacob for introducing this letter with me. You know, driver and pedestrian safety are of great importance to us in the unincorporated areas that we serve. I've received numerous requests to install these traffic lights within my district. All three of these intersections in District 5 have been notorious for collisions and unfortunately injuries and even deaths. This request would include funding for 2 traffic signals in Fallbrook at Santa Margaret and East Mission Road and Green Canyon Road and South Mission, and another in Rainbow at our county's northern border at Old 395 in Rainbow Glen. This request would also repair and improve existing guardrail end treatments with new design so the guardrails can absorb much more energy on impact, potentially reducing bodily injury. I want to also note that these dollars all come from road fund reserves. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve this board change letter.
No, seconded. And just briefly, the 2 traffic signals in District 2 would be Fury Lane and Calle Verde in the community of Rancho San Diego. And then the other one would be Hillsdale Road and Vista Grande Road. And just to emphasize what Supervisor Desmond indicated, that this is not general fund money. This is prior year road fund money. Road fund money can only be spent on these kinds of projects.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, Vice Chairman Desmond, seconded by Supervisor Jacob to approve the funding for the guardrails and traffic signals. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, the next board letter to be considered is the one submitted by Supervisor Fletcher, which is for on-site care coordination for new housing projects. Supervisor Fletcher, do you want to go ahead and introduce this item?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is brought forward to help us really provide the basic services we need to provide and trying to find substantive and permanent solutions to our homeless crisis. At the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis, City of San Diego Regional Task Force on Homeless Housing Commission and County moved together in a spirit of common purpose and common action to open up the convention center to get more than 1,000 unsheltered individuals into a safe environment. The county was there to provide help and services to them, but that's obviously a temporary solution. And so much of what we talk about in confronting the challenges of homelessness is how do we begin to find permanent solutions, and in particular, permanent supportive housing. And so that same common sense of purpose and action has brought us here today. City Housing Commission, RTFH, and others have come together and found significant funding to acquire multiple motels, along with the ongoing funding to provide the maintenance and food and all of the other types of things we need in order to establish these 400s of new locations for individuals, often the very hardest to place and most difficult. And what the county is being asked to do and what we're being asked to consider at this moment is whether we will step up to make sure that we are providing the mental health and drug treatment services, the behavioral health services that are vital and critical to the overall success of this program and to helping these individuals break the cycle of jail, emergency room, psych hospital, back into homeless. And I think this is a great collaborative program and project. We are calling for money that I believe we can use out of the funding, the realignment funding that has recently been provided for Health and Human Services to fund this program, but also to have extra left over in the event another jurisdiction has a similar type thing, where maybe through the state home key, they're able to acquire a facility, then we will be ready and willing to move forward to, again, shoulder our share of the load, which is the mental health services and drug treatment services. I think this is vitally important investment that we will make, and would ask for your support. And with that, would make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second by Supervisor Gaspar. Supervisor Gaspar, you want to make some comments?
Thank you. I know this is a valuable opportunity. Appreciate the board's support on this one today. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion?
Just a question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, Supervisor Jacob.
So if if there is money left over, would that be able to be used on other projects like this in other areas like in East County?
Yes. So Supervisor Jacob, the 5.4 we put in is greater than the amount needed just for this one individual program. It was accommodating the belief that some other jurisdictions are likely to have similar efforts. Some are discussing them and exploring them. Obviously, if it's not spent, it will roll back in and can be reallocated in next year's budget. But I thought it was important to take the kind of request from this particular program and then provide additional funding so that we're ready and able and have worked out everything in the event the program in East County or maybe some in North County or other places come together. The state's Operation Home Key is a significant investment of state funding to acquire property. And I think multiple people will be competing for those. And I think as a county, we want to be in a position to, again, just provide those behavioral health services in the event folks are successful. So that we wouldn't need to use unspent money. There would be some available for other entities that would put together proposals.
No, thank you for bringing this forward. I'm fully in support.
Thank you.
And my understanding is this 5.4 million is really over 2 fiscal years, as I understand it.
That is correct, Supervisor Cox.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Any further discussion? If not, we have a motion by Supervisor Fletcher, seconded by Supervisor Gaspar. If there's no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. The next item we're going to be taking up is Supervisor Fletcher's proposal for the Finance and General Government Group and Health and Human Services. There are 3 different items on this board letter. So I'm going to ask Supervisor Fletcher if he'd like to go ahead and introduce these items, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. These items that we're discussing at the moment really are basic issues of equity, basic issues of access and fairness, and I think are really important steps that we need to take forward as a community. We all see daily that COVID-19 has not impacted everyone the same. I heard someone this morning basically say the zip code you're born into will have a significant impact on whether you contract and die from COVID. And we know that it is not hitting folks equally because of the historic inequities that are present in our society. And so we need to do everything as a county government to make sure that we're tackling those issues, making sure our county government not only serves everyone, but is accessible to everyone. And so the first item is $5 million to support translation services for all entities of county government. If we were a $6 billion a year company with 18,000 employees, we would make sure we communicated with our customers in the language they speak. But we're not a company. We're a government entity that is here to serve the public. And we have seen time and again the challenges that we have in communicating with individuals in the language they're most comfortable. Now, we don't have any problem taking tax revenue from people regardless of what language they speak. We certainly take their tax money. It only comes when accessing your government, it becomes a challenge and a problem. And so this is just a basic issue of making sure that whether it is board meetings or translating documents or applications for things, that we are providing them just in the threshold language. Would not be every language spoken on the planet, but in those most common. And this seems like something that we should just do as a due course of the way we go about business, to make sure that the folks who pay the taxes, who are resident of our county, are able to interact with government and with their county government. And so that's one of our proposals. The second one is providing internet access. We have seen the very real challenges in particular that parents are facing as kids begin the new school year. And at the outset of this, I know some folks were saying, well, it's going to be okay. You just get on your MacBook Pro with your high-speed Wi-Fi and you can zoom in with your teacher. But the reality is not every family in San Diego has a MacBook Pro with high-speed Wi-Fi. And so we are denying these kids access to the education services. And our schools have done an incredible job of obtaining Chromebooks. and providing those to kids. But that Chromebook without an internet connection might as well be a brick, because it serves no purpose to connect you to school. And so the notion that we would step forward, and I appreciate the work the County Office of Education has done in negotiating discounted internet and Wi-Fi hotspots, but the simple reality is the discounted rate is still a barrier for many families who are barely making ends meet. They're barely figuring out how to pay the rent and how to put food on the table. And now they're confronted with the reality that their children might not be able to access the education system in front of them. And so this proposal would allocate $10 million to create a partnership with the San Diego County Office of Education to ensure that the needs of up to 50,000 San Diego families who are disconnected can receive a stipend to directly cover their internet costs to enable distance learning, which is the reality of probably the bulk of learning. Some schools are going to begin to go back, but even in that, when we look at the applications on elementary schools, most of the elementary schools applying are not serving kids who don't have internet access. And so I think that this is a vitally important issue for the children of San Diego. And then the third item in this is a very modest investment, $2 million of COVID income replacement fund. The simple reality is we have a lot of individuals who test positive for COVID, who we need to isolate from a public health standpoint, who simply slip through the cracks of any available paid programs that are out there. We have individuals who are notified by our contact tracers that they're close contacts. But again, if they're forced to make the choice in, do I feed my children and pay my rent, or do I quarantine or isolate for 2 weeks? I think all of us as humans would make the choice to take care of our kids. And this is a very modest dollar amount that could be utilized by our public health contact tracers as they reach folks to let them know that there is some help and funding available. It would also aid us and help us in the desire. And then I also think in certain communities, there's a reluctance to get tested because you simply don't want to know, because you know that you might not be able to make it through. And so these three items together, I think represent an appropriate investment in tackling issues of equity and fairness in our county. I'd make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second the motion for discussion. I think the one of the three that I am most excited about, I think, is the last one, the self-sufficiency services. I think that the reality is that there are people that are probably testing positive that just cannot afford to be away from work. I know that some of the other counties, Sacramento County, I think, is considering a program right now, if they haven't already approved it, Alameda, and I believe a couple of the other Bay Area counties. I mean, this is something that I think, if there is additional stimulus money, could be considerably funded by that also. And I think that's one that I can wholeheartedly endorse. The first one, I think, is something that is a growing reality. I think obviously San Diego has many different diverse communities throughout the region, and it's not just in one part of the county. I mean, we're finding many areas of the county becoming kind of focal points for many people from other countries that have immigrated that are locating in Center City or El Cajon or South County. And I think that there is a need to provide a better ability to have information provided in their native language. I don't know what the dollar amount should be. Obviously, Supervisor Fletcher has come up with a figure of $5 million. I don't know whether there's been some analysis by staff in regards to what it would cost to begin to address that. It's probably something realistically that's going to have to be addressed over probably more than one fiscal year. I don't know whether Supervisor Fletcher, has any more information in regards to that.
No, Chairman Cox, I don't. We came up with the best estimate we could, but I think any dollar amount allocated towards this purpose would get us on the road of doing a better job. And if we needed to scale it back a little bit, I'm certainly open to that. But I think it's an important component of what we do as a county. And I think it's frankly something we should just do. And so I think, whatever investment we can make to up our efforts and ability to do this, I think would be very positive.
Is there further discussion? Supervisor Desmond, Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've got some concerns on this item. On the translation, I'm not ready to spend $5 million on this translation service. I think it's, we definitely could use improvement in this area. I'd rather ask our, CAO to come back with a plan and some recommendations. I don't know if this covers all the languages or some languages, and to spend the money without really having a plan, without our staff coming back with a plan, how do we best address it? Here's the languages that are, mostly spoken in San Diego County. I'm not in favor of spending those dollars right now until we get some staff recommendations. On the internet, I like the internet idea, but again, $10 million, then the families are going to be identified by the San Diego County Office of Education. I've got areas in Borrego that, if it's a windy day, there is no internet. And people in Valley Center who, sometimes are, their kids are in schools, but they're living on farms or on nurseries and things like that, that they just can't get internet. So it seems to me, I would want to get more clarification on this one and how the unincorporated areas would be served with the internet before putting this $10 million there right away. Because even when kids are at normal in school, when school was open, they'd take home their laptops or whatever, or their tablets, and they can't even get internet, much less try to get funding. Even if they had funding, they wouldn't have access to it. So the $2 million on the health and the self-sufficiency services, I'm okay with, but the first two items, I would rather have staff look into those and see how we can make sure the unincorporated areas, particularly on item number 2, and then a plan and recommendations for item 1 on this out of the 3.
Supervisor Desmond, one option on the internet might be to, if there's a dollar amount that we feel comfortable putting in the budget, perhaps we could allocate it in there for internet, with asking staff to come back very quickly with an actual program to spell out, what would go to existing areas and then what might help the unincorporated areas that need to achieve access. But then it would at least be in the budget, but we could wait for the specifics and ask. Again, kids are going back to school now, so we wouldn't want to wait very long on this. But I think that's one option that we may have. If there's some dollar amount in there, maybe even a little bit short of the 10 million that you would be comfortable with, I'd be comfortable lowering it a little bit and then asking staff to flesh out the details and come back to us in September.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Jacob.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned all of these 3 items, and Supervisor Fletcher, you make very good arguments for each one. My comments do not express the fact that they're not important. That's not the issue here to me. But as we go through these change letters, and these 3 items add up to an additional $17 million that we would be digging ourselves a deeper hole into our reserves, which is going to be harder for us to make up. I agree on the translation. We should have a plan before considering translation services and what that plan would look like. On the internet, there's no question there's a need for that, but as Supervisor Desmond said, much of my district too has problem getting internet, even though they have internet service. It's spotty at times. And frankly, this is an issue for the schools. Schools are a primary responsibility of state government. And I think that that is the appropriate source of funding for the internet. And if the school districts cannot afford to do it. The income replacement fund, that could really add up into the future as an ongoing expense. Where do you stop it? So again, we've got issues here. We've got programs here that are presented. I'm not saying they're not important, but I'm saying at this particular point in time with our reserve situation and a balanced budget, not just for today, but into the future, I think we have to be very, very concerned. So I'm going to be voting no on all 3.
Supervisor Fletcher, can I suggest maybe we go ahead and vote on these individually?
Yeah, that'd be fine, Chairman.
All right, and if it's all right, I'd like to start off with the third recommendation, which is to increase appropriation from COVID Income Replacement Fund and self-sufficiency services by $2 million. And again, I think the intent would be as if there are future stimulus funds that would potentially be able to backfill this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this item? If not, we do have a motion by Supervisor Fletcher, seconded by myself. Would the clerk go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
No.
Supervisor Gaspar?
I need clarification on the motion. Are you taking these as a package deal?
No, we're just voting on the third recommendation first, the self-sufficiency.
Okay, let me pull up my document. Hold on. No.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Jacob and Supervisor Gaspar voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, then let's go to the $5 million request for translation services. I kind of think maybe if there was a lower figure there to get it started. Again, I don't know what languages we're going to be including. Would the maker of the motion be willing to drop that down to $2.5 million and ask staff to come back with a plan?
I would, Chair. I would support that.
I would support that as a modification to the motion then. Is there any further discussion? If seeing none, would the clerk go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
No.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
No.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Vice Chairman Desmond and Supervisor Jacob voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, and the last one is the administrative support for technological service, internet access through the Health and Human Services Agency. Again, it's a big number. I'd be willing to support something not quite that big, and I think Supervisor Desmond had indicated something along that lines also. I don't know what the best number is, but Supervisor Desmond, do you have any thoughts?
Here, if you want to lower, I'd do 2 million right now. To get this moving because of the school. That way you get your 3 votes potentially on this one. But I want to make sure the unincorporated areas and the areas that don't even have internet are also included, not just those that have internet. So I'd be fine with 2 million to get this to get it rolling.
Is that acceptable, Supervisor Fletcher?
2 million is better than no million. I would support that.
All right, and I would certainly agree as a seconder to the motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
No.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Jacob voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Hey, you got an extra vote. The last board letter is Supervisor Fletcher. It includes 4 recommendations, and I'll ask him to go ahead and introduce that item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This last item is brought forward at things to try and address not only environmental concerns, but also stability in our energy grid. We've all seen the impacts of rolling blackouts, and so many communities have been impacted by this. And I think that there's some very modest opportunities, again, and these are all much lower dollar items that I think can help us as we move forward. The first is, in order to increase the availability of energy, I'm proposing that we consider waiving permit fees from planning and development services for the installation of solar EV charging systems, solar hot water tanks, storage units, energy storage units. Again, these are just waiving the fees and permits associated with doing these. These also are jobs. This is simple things that if they get moving, this is going to be the installation of these types of things that, again, can help with our energy system. And so that's to allocate $620,000 there. The second item is recommendations around home weatherization program to reduce the energy costs of households in the unincorporated areas by increasing the efficiency of housing. This $200,000 would allow planning and development services to develop program criteria and requirements for ways to ensure emissions reductions, but also cost savings for the consumers. And we think this would be a positive step forward. The next item is funding one-time allocation for residential air purifiers and residential air quality monitors. We're seeing the impacts of air quality play out in Northern California, but we know it's not just Northern California, it's not just fires. We have communities that are severely impacted by air quality, and this would be a positive step that we could take forward. And then the final one, we know and we're all aware that we have a looming challenges around our stormwater infrastructure and some stormwater challenges that we have. And so there's funding for the development of advanced green infrastructure in the incorporated areas through a Green Streets Master Plan. This would serve as a blueprint for future private and public developments to ensure we're reducing stormwater inputs through the development of green infrastructure. This is a problem that is not going away, and this is a modest effort to get us moving in the right direction. And the four of these, again, provide some opportunities for economic development, advancement, reducing some fees, helping get some things built, and also shows our commitment to the environment. And with that, I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I think all four of these are good recommendations, and I thank Supervisor Fletcher for bringing them forward. Any further comments? Okay, the clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
And the last board change letter has been submitted by Supervisor Desmond, Vice Chairman Desmond, and it includes a number of different capital projects. And I'll ask him to go ahead and introduce those at this time.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I'd like to introduce item 1 and 2 first, and then potentially vote on that, and then vote on items 3, 4, and 5. Numbers 1 and 2 concern the Valley Center Parks. Is that if that's okay?
That's fine. Sure, go ahead.
All right, through the LAFCO process, the Valley Center Parks District has asked to be dissolved. We had many callers call in today saying how they've been unable to keep up with the parks and the park district there. And so they're asking to be dissolved. And if LAFCO dissolves the district, Valley Center Parks is going to revert. And we will need to bring those county parks up to our standards. There will remain in place a property tax assessment that currently goes to the Valley Center Park District. And if this transfer is carried out by LAFCO, those assessments will continue and then go to the county to help offset some of the expenditures. And as was mentioned earlier, there's currently about 700 new homes being built in Valley Center that will also, via property tax, contribute to, in addition to the current funds, and help pay a good share of the costs, of the ongoing costs. I'm requesting that we do some forward thinking and prepare for this inevitable circumstance and set aside dollars in this year's budget that LAFCO may be hearing as early as December of this year. And if the transfer of Valley Center Parks to the county does not go through at LAFCO or at the Board of Supervisors, then the dollars would revert back to the general fund and the general fund balance. So I'm asking for your support for Valley Center Parks on item number 1, which is $4 million to get the parks up to our standards, and item number 2, which is an ongoing annual cost to keep those parks up once they come into the underneath the county. So I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Jacob. Any comments? I think on this particular item, I'm supportive. I think that the efforts over the years to try to the full for our county parks is an appropriate action. Certainly, all the other areas of the unincorporated area, the parks are managed by our Parks Department, and I think this is being consistent with that. So I'm going to be supportive of this item. Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Vice Chairman Desmond and seconded by Supervisor Jacob. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
No.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Fletcher voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, then we'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Desmond for the last three items.
Well, thank you very much. You know, many of the programs and projects that were submitted today are very worthy projects. A lot was submitted by Supervisor Fletcher. They're serving our county residents and addressing the COVID virus, and I supported most of them. But we have to remember, for the unincorporated areas, we are the entire government. We're not just Health and Human Services, but the entire government for the unincorporated areas. In addition to the COVID services, the unincorporated areas still need us to provide basic streets, roads, parks, and infrastructure, even during a pandemic. All of these road requests I'm putting forward to get today are one-time expenses. And I want to ensure that if we are spending reserves, and in these rare and unprecedented times, that we also allocate appropriate amounts to the basics projects, some of which have been on hold for years. So the first one, this is the Ridge Ranch Road at Valley Center interchange traffic light that was discussed earlier by some of the speakers. This item recently came before us via the Traffic Advisory Commission and county staff with a recommendation for the Board of Supervisors of a traffic light for safety reasons. We unanimously approved it. Currently, the intersection is at the crest of a hill in Valley Center on Valley Center Road. The 4-lane Valley Center Road has an unprotected turn from Ridge Ranch Road into 60-mile-an-hour traffic. The residents of Ridge Ranch are currently risking their lives, other drivers' lives, passengers and cyclists' lives when entering onto Valley Center Road from Ridge Ranch Road. This traffic light is critical for pedestrian and driver safety improvements. So I'm asking you for your continued support on this item and moving it forward with this project for safety, one that we already unanimously approved. Rancho Santa Fe roundabouts. These roundabouts were approved. One caller said 14 years ago. What we looked up and saw was that they were fully approved in 2016, and they're still not built. The EIR, the Environmental Impact Report, is done. The design is complete. And this isn't just about Rancho Santa Fe. This is a regional east-west arterial from I-15 to I-5, from Escondido to Del Mar. The county has already invested more than $1.5 million for this project development and the EIR. If we don't construct it soon, we run the risk of additional costly EIR updates. The roundabouts are supported by the Rancho Santa Fe Fire Protection District for safety and evacuation reasons. Thousands of cars a day idle at stop signs on Del Dios Highway and Paseo Delicias roads. In the recent 3-year period, there was 32 collisions where the roundabouts are to be placed. This makes for a much higher collision rate than the state rating on similar 2-lane conventional roads. The roundabouts would help reduce greenhouse gases and enhance regional air quality. I think we need to get these much needed, already approved, already invested in and designed roundabouts in place before it costs even more if we delay. The third item, we had many callers on this. This is the South Santa Fe and Buena Creek intersection improvement. The Buena Creek Sprinter Station is the lone fixed rail transit stop in the unincorporated area of the county. It's the lone fixed rail transit stop. It's just outside of Vista. This one transit stop added approximately 800 housing units to our county's regional housing assessment need. Currently, there are very few housing units within walking or biking distance of this county transit station. The current traffic and transit situation at Buena Creek and South Santa Fe at the Sprinter stop, as well as Robolini Road, is untenable. It's primarily due to the lack of the interchange improvements that were not built or coordinated with the building of the Sprinter station. Currently, there's a backup of cars and pedestrian traffic. There's unsynchronized traffic lights. There's long lines of traffic waiting in every direction. Every time the Sprinter train, which comes by every 30 minutes, and they want to increase that to every 15 minutes, every time they stop there at the Buena Creek station, it makes it very unfriendly for transit riders, unsafe for pedestrians, and it takes about 3 to 4 traffic light signal cycles for each Sprinter train to get back to some type of normalcy. The backup is so bad on the unincorporated roads, the Vista Fire Chief and the chair of the Vista Fire District, who called in today, they came to my office expressing the danger of the amount of minutes added to critical service calls due to this intersection that was not built to accommodate a transit station. The intersection lacks sidewalks, crosswalks, in a proper alignment for this transit stop to be safe. Not one developer has come forward to build any of the 800 RENA required housing units anywhere near this transit stop because of the overburdening infrastructure cost at this misaligned intersection. The new design and realignment of Buena Creek intersection will enhance the ability for housing and add more transit rider opportunities, thereby enhancing our climate action plan, reducing vehicle miles traveled, and reduce GHG. We just spent $14 million on an equestrian center. This is $16 million for roads that are also going to create jobs, reduce response times, and make an area safe for the hundreds or tens of thousands of people traveling through here a day. Please consider these funding projects in addition to the programs dealing with the coronavirus. All county responsibilities and operations must continue for everyone to be funded, even during a pandemic. So I'd like to make a motion to approve these 3 road projects, items 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second for discussion. I have a question.
Sure.
Supervisor Desmond, I mean, you made excellent points on each of these projects as to why they should be funded. And you and I both understand that oftentimes the unincorporated area gets the short end of the stick, and it's important to fund these projects. But my question is, why haven't they been funded in the past? I know the roundabout project, that started with your predecessor many, many years ago. It's been talked about a lot. I haven't heard so much about the traffic signals, but why haven't these projects been funded before now?
Well, the roundabouts have been, and the EIR has been done, and the design project has been in place. The Buena Creek intersection, really, it's been in the work, I guess, it's been on the CENA list, as to my understanding, but it's just never been prioritized. It's a big lift to try to get this project done. And then the traffic light at Ridge Ranch Road is very dangerous. It just came to us recently. And quite frankly, I'm usually a big defender of not spending reserves. I don't like spending reserves, and I realize this would spend some of the reserve dollars. And I didn't bring this forward in the CENA, primarily because I didn't have a real good grasp of where we were on the reserve dollars. But I do think we need to spend, if we're gonna spend reserve dollars, this is unprecedented times, and this is not a precedented use of reserves. However, I think we need to get the basics done as well as going after the coronavirus. We still got an engine to run. We still got things to take care of. And quite frankly, these are what I'm hearing from my constituents. They're not on the high priority list. They haven't been for staff in Luge, but these are what I'm hearing from my constituents, the roundabouts, the Buena Creek interchange, primarily because that's from the fire department, the fire captain saying, we're wasting time, waiting and trying to get through here, and it's not safe. So that's why I'm bringing these forward in these unprecedented times.
Are they all shovel ready?
No. The only one that would be shovel ready would be the roundabouts, because the EIR is done. The interchange, the stoplight at Ranch Road, that's $1 million for that interchange, or for that traffic light that we just got approved. And the Buena Creek, I mean, it's going to take, like I said, this is our one transit stop, one rail transit stop in the unincorporated areas, and we should be able to put dense housing near it. But nobody's going to touch it anytime soon if we don't get this intersection. At least put the investment in, because developers are not going to put lift weight on this one. So this one I think is crucial primarily because of the RENA numbers that we just got. We got to build 6,700 housing units. This is our one transit area in the county. So that's why I elevated it. And this is what I'm hearing from my constituents about the backup on Buena Creek Road. And so that's why I brought these forward.
Last question. I wonder if staff could address these three projects in terms of the money, and if we allocate that, how soon can these projects get going?
Vice Chairman Desmond, Supervisor Jacob, thank you for the opportunity to speak on these three items. As it relates to the traffic signal, when we take a look at it from the standpoint of the Department of Public Works, and certainly all of us, we wish that we had additional funding to be able to take care of all of the traffic signal needs within the communities. For example, right now, as it relates to the traffic signals that have been approved by the Board of Supervisors, we have 18 signals on that list, 6 of which, by your direction earlier today, we are moving forward with using working capital from the road fund to address. After that, the rest of the items, the 12 additional signals that we have, the particular item that the Vice Chairman has before you, it's 16 on our list of 18. There's actually, as it relates to shovel-ready projects that you've mentioned, we have one at Lake Jennings that has had 6 collisions. We have one in District 5 on San Marcos that has had 3 collisions that are of higher priority from the standpoint of staff recommendation. But certainly Valley Center Road at Ridge Ranch is on the list of approved traffic signals. What we need to do is we seek grant funding as well as looking at what sorts of dollars we have. Unfortunately, with COVID and the reduction of $27.5 million in funds coming in for purposes of these types of projects, we are more limited, and that is why with the prior action, we're actually reducing our working capital reserves to the 60-day to be able to move forward with some of the critical safety infrastructure improvements. So that's as it relates to Valley Center Road and Ridge Ranch Road traffic signal. For purposes of the South Santa Fe Buena Creek intersection, that is a $5.4 million project, primarily for purposes of congestion relief. Of course, as we heard from the public safety, first responders, any sort of improvement that we can make when it comes to traffic congestion relief will help with response times. So definitely, we appreciate their perspectives. We do have work to do on this. We actually still need to do the environmental impact analysis and document. So that would take a few more years for us to be able to move forward with the entire $5.4 million project. What we need for the environmental document is approximately $500,000 to be able to move that forward as the next phase. And as it relates to the Rancho Santa Fe roundabouts, I will say this has been part of my career at the county for the 15 years that I've been at the county. First at the Office of Strategy and Intergovernmental Affairs, where we were seeking federal funds to help us fund this project to move forward. In that interim timeframe, we were not successful in bringing additional dollars for purposes of that project. That too is primarily, from our perspective, a congestion relief project moving forward. In the time frame, we did have some varying perspectives from the community. For some time, the Rancho Santa Fe Association supported roundabouts. Then they were more favorable towards traffic signals rather than roundabouts. But as Vice Chairman Desmond highlighted, in 2016, we did bring the EIR to the board. We felt it was important for us to move that document forward. And since then, the Rancho Santa Fe Association has been supportive of it. That too, it's about funding. Transnet dollars are limited. We are allocating those towards other projects. And so it is before you for consideration as it relates to general fund balance going towards that.
If I could just comment real quickly on that. And I appreciate staff's recommendations and their priority lists. But what I'm hearing from my constituents are these three items. And so I've looked at this as an opportune time to get the attention to these items. And I appreciate, that the staff has their priorities, but my constituents seem to have other priorities. And these are only three projects that I'm putting forward. And I think we need to make some movement on them, because even if we wait on the 5.4 million for Buena Creek, that's only going to get worse and worse and worse there. So the longer we put these off, and in particular, where I realize we are going to have reduction of funds for gas tax. We're going to have less gas tax. We're going to have less sales tax money coming in. I hate spending reserves, but I also think we got to take care of the basics as well. So.
Could I ask Sarah one other follow-up question on the roundabouts? Is that project shovel ready? You indicated the environmental was done. Is the project shovel ready?
It is not shovel ready. We would need to update and complete the preliminary design for purposes of current standards. And then there's also right-of-way acquisitions that we would need to move forward with. What we would estimate that it would likely take us 2 years, 24 months, to be able to have the project in construction.
And how much would it cost to get it to the point of construction? How much would that cost? The design?
If I could defer to Bill Morgan, I believe from Public Works, he will be on the line to be able to provide that. I have the breakdown of each of the roundabouts costing about $3.3 million, but getting us to that point, I would defer to Public Works to be able to respond to that. And I believe they're on the phone.
Okay.
Hello, Supervisor. This is Bill Morgan with the Department of Public Works. Yes, I would estimate approximately $3 million to get the design updated and the right-of-way acquisition completed.
$3 million. Okay. Supervisor Desmond, what I would suggest is, and I know with road projects, there's a process and it takes a while to get there in the stages before it becomes shovel ready. I would suggest that I don't have a problem with your Valley Center traffic signal. It sounds like that's shovel ready. Am I right on that?
That is not shovel ready.
Oh, it's not either. What's it going to take to get it shovel ready?
Bill or Morale, would you be able to respond to that question as well?
Yes, we estimate the Valley Center traffic signal to be approximately $200,000.
To get it to be shovel ready, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor, what I would suggest, because it takes a while to go through design, acquisition of right-of-way and all the steps that have to be done, that I would support to keep these projects going and start that signal project, Valley Center traffic signal, $200,000. On the roundabouts, the $3 million to get that to be shovel ready. Staff said, if I remember correctly, that's going to take a couple of years to do. And then on the South Santa Fe intersection improvement project, to start that, $500,000.
I think it's better than nothing. So I appreciate your efforts on this, Supervisor Jacob, and if that's a motion, I'll second it and withdraw my motion.
Well, if you want to make that your motion, I'll second it.
All right, I'll move. Okay, I appreciate your efforts on this. I'll move for item 3, $200,000 to get it. I guess all of these are for shovel readiness. Item 4, $3 million, and then item 5, $500,000 to get these projects shovel ready. So we're now at 3.7 where it was at 16.4.
Yeah, I will second that.
Okay, is there any further discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
No.
Supervisor Fletcher?
No.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Gaspar and Supervisor Fletcher voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, that completes the board change letters. I know that originally we were planning on taking a half-hour break to allow staff to go ahead and pull all these numbers together, but my understanding is they've been very diligently working as we've been plotting through these board change letters. And if they're ready to go ahead and present the final numbers to us, I'll ask our Chief Administrative Officer if she's prepared to do that at this time.
Chairman Cox, we need about a 10-minute recess for us to run the math, get the resolution document ready. And so if we could take a 10-minute break.
Okay, why don't we reconvene at 6:30, which is about 13 minutes from now. And we'll go ahead and be in a position to take a final action on the 2021 fiscal year budget. This meeting is in recess until 6:30. So you ready to go? Very good. I'm going to call the board meeting back into the order. And it's my understanding staff has been diligently working on putting together the final document for our budget for fiscal year 2021. Does the CAO want to go ahead and make some preliminary introductions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it right over to Andrew Potter, who has all of the technical adjustments. If he makes any mistakes, we will correct it on the record, but I know it's going to be 100% accurate. Go ahead, Andrew.
Very good.
Thank you, Helen. To reiterate for the record, the Chief Administrative Officer's change letter was previously adopted. Board member change letters were approved as recommended except for the following. For Supervisor Fletcher's change letter regarding translation services, that dollar amount has been changed to $2.5 million. For residential internet access, that amount has been changed to $2 million. For Vice Chairman Desmond's change letter, recommendations 3, 4, and 5. For recommendation 3 regarding the Valley Center Road and Ridge Ranch Road, that amount has been changed to $200,000. For recommendation 4 regarding the 3 roundabouts in Rancho Santa Fe, that amount was changed to $3 million. And for the recommendation 5 for the South Santa Fe Buena Creek intersection improvement project, that amount was changed to $500,000. With these changes, the board member change letters approved will result in an additional costs and revenue of $56,893,000 in fiscal year 2020 through 2021. The funding sources for fiscal year 2020 through 2021 are $34,143,000 in general fund balance, $14,500,000 in program revenues, and $8,250,000 in operating transfers from the general fund. With these changes, the total CAO recommended change letter is unmodified at $83.2 million, with member change letters totaling $56.9 million. The total adopted budget reflecting these changes is $6,551,873,359. For the record, for item 2, actions taken have resulted in a change to the fiscal impact statement, which reads, recommendation 6 provides spending authority of $5,772,532,079 for the county family of funds, the general fund, the capital outlay funds, debt service fund, and special revenue funds, $41,699,026 for enterprise funds, and $562,779,981 for the internal service funds for fiscal year 20 through 21. And for the record, for Air Pollution Control Board, item 1, based on actions taken today, the fiscal impact has changed for item 1. The revised fiscal impact statement reads as follows. The recommended action incorporating changes approved today provides spending authority of $80,103,984 for the Air Pollution Control District for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. Mr. Chairman, at this time, it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to adopt resolutions of the budget for the County of San Diego for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2020. That's recommendation 6 in all the board letters and the special districts, which include the Air Pollution Control District agenda, Flood Control District agenda, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, Redevelopment Successor Agency agenda, and the Sanitation District agenda.
I would so move.
I'll second.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a second by Supervisor Jacob. Any
Just a question, Mr. Chairman?
further discussion?
I just had a question of staff. In the initial budget report, Ebony shared that how much we had dipped into our reserves. So with this budget, Helen or your staff, do you have a calculation of how much we've dipped into the reserves? And then how much below that 2-month operating threshold are we?
Supervisor Jacob, I can start with that question or the response to that question. When we started with the member change letters today, we were discussing adding $57.3 million of unassigned fund balance to our overall projections. That amount is now down to $34.1 million for member change letters, so there has been a decrease of roughly $13 million, a little more than that. So that's the net effect in terms of the figures that were presented earlier. There was no change to the amount of fund balance that's being recommended in terms of the CAO change letter. So $13 million effectively is the difference.
Well, all of everything. So how much now below? We were 162 million below if everything was approved, below the 2-month operating reserve.
Yes, so previously, if all of the member items had been approved, we would have drawn approximately $162 million below our minimum threshold. With these adjustments, we're now at $138.7 million below our minimum threshold.
Thank you. I think that's important. If I could just say, I want to thank you, Helen, our CAO, and all the staff, Ebony and Andrew, all the financial people, and everyone that played a part in this budget. It is a solid budget. It is a balanced budget. Yes, we did dip in reserves, but these are unprecedented times, and unprecedented times call for some expenditures that we might not normally do. And looking at how we have added to our budget, the priorities will be creating some jobs. There'll be some economic stimulus in this budget, as well as addressing the COVID needs and some projects that had already been approved by the board, just were not completely funded. And we're addressing as our top priority public safety services. To me, law enforcement, the sheriff's department, the district attorney, probation, all of our criminal justice system has been a top priority in terms of the budget. I hope in the future it will stay that way. The expectation of my constituency is they want to be safe in their neighborhoods. And I salute all the deputy sheriffs and those that are out on the front lines trying to do just that in our neighborhoods, and then have taken on now the additional burden of dealing with our code enforcement people, health and human services with the homeless issue. A big thank you to all of you that have dedicated your lives to service and helping to save the lives of others. Firefighters, our San Diego County Fire District now that has been formed, all of the men and women of the fire service, not just putting out fires, which they do very well, but also emergency medical services. We've come a long, long way. So I salute all of those that have been a part of that effort too. Many other things in the budget that are good that we're addressing because the needs have changed as the times have changed. And I want to thank my colleagues and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for spending the time along with Supervisor Fletcher during this COVID time. I know you're not done and you've gone through some difficult personal times yourself. So I especially appreciate all the time and effort that you put into this as a subcommittee. So those are my comments, but I think we can be really proud that we have a good, solid, well-balanced budget. And we are addressing best that we can the needs of the people. And frankly, we do not hear in our budget hearings or even today from all the people. There's differences of opinion, I think, from the districts and the people that we represent. Certainly, I had a lot of people in my district that were very silent. They trusted that we would do the right thing in the budget, and I think all in all that we did. So I thank you. And again, thanks to Helen and her staff.
I would just add a couple of comments. The putting together a budget for the county of San Diego is a big job, and it's about probably a 10-month job. Usually they get started about this time, and because of the the COVID-19, we actually delayed approving this budget for about 2 months. And I just want to thank Helen and the department heads and all the managers and all the literally thousands of county employees that helped provide input in putting this budget together. And again, we heard from a lot of citizens over the last 3 hearings that we've had. I want to thank them. Obviously, we couldn't do everything they wanted, but I think we've addressed a lot of the issues that were raised as concerns, and certainly have tried to make sure that we realize the unusual times that we're in, and allocating additional funding, and particularly behavioral health and public health and social services to try to get through this pandemic. And believe me, I think all of us will look forward to that day, hopefully in the not too distant future, when there's a vaccine and when we can get this whole episode behind us. Are there any further comments? Supervisor Vice Chairman Desmond.
I'm going to be, I won't be vice chair soon, then it'll change again. But anyway, I want to say thank you very much to everybody. To Helen, Ebony, and Tracy, I want to thank you very much for putting up with me in my office during this time. It wasn't, it was a lot of hard work, and I appreciate you fighting to do the right thing with this budget throughout. So I wanted to say thank you, particularly to Helen, also Ebony and Tracy, and to everybody, who put into this effort. This is not easy. It's not hard. And I mean, it's not easy and it is hard. And I appreciate all the good work that's been done, and look forward to, next year and how we can use these resources to the best and serve the communities that we represent. So thank you. Thanks for everything you've done.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the members of the community. Their job is hard. A lot of them have lost their job. They've been impacted. They're facing underlying health conditions. They're facing challenges in how they manage through their daily life. And the struggles out there are very real and very significant. And there's a lot of folks, as we go through a very difficult time, that are being deeply and personally impacted by what is happening. And so to take the time to engage in the budget process, to take the time to get on Zoom calls with my staff, to participate in evening budget hearings, to call in with all the challenges and difficulties that you all face, and to make your voices heard. I want to thank all the members of the community who weighed in, and the groups who advocated and pushed. And no budget is perfect, and we certainly have a long way to go as a society in addressing a lot of the challenges we face. But I'm incredibly grateful for each and every one of you and your advocacy and your care and looking out for one another.
Okay, if there's no further comments, I'll ask the clerk to please go ahead and call the roll. We have a motion by myself and a second by Supervisor Jacob to approve the budget as amended.
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. Well, that completes the business we have before us today. Our next regular scheduled board meeting is going to be on Tuesday, September 15th at 9 a.m. Let me ask the clerk of the board if there's any additional information that we need to share today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are no additional comments. That concludes the business before the board this evening.
Very good. Then we will stand adjourned to the next meeting, which is on Tuesday, September 15th at 9 a.m. Meeting's adjourned.